Thank you. The current president. We have so many engineers in this room, so we must give a warm round of applause for the current president who is seated right here and has been here very early. Please put your hands together for engineer S.Z. Abubakar. A round of applause for him. And the president of the Nigerian Society of Engineers is here represented by the deputy president, Engineer Ali Rabiu. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you very much for joining us. It's a long list of dignitaries here with us this morning. I must also appreciate and recognize the African Director of International Water Management Institutes, Mrs. Olufunke Kofi, who joins us this morning for this event. Thank you very much, ma'am. Also, I must recognize the former NSC President, Engineer Ademola Olorunfemi, who is also with us. Thank you very much, sir. Also present is Engineer Ochigbo, who is the former Director, River Basin Operations and Inspectorate of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Thank you very much. And yes, we're getting closer home. We must appreciate former permanent secretaries who are here present, and many more will join us in the course of this event. A short while ago, I cited a former permanent secretary in the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. He's none other than the Ibetaruwe of Izon. He is Ambassador, God knows, Bola Day Igali. He was here with us some minutes ago. I spotted him, but I'm sure he would come back into the room. So much to say about Ambassador Igali. He is a man of many parts and, of course, plays a key role as far as the Federal Ministry of Water Resources is concerned till date. Also present is a former permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Musa Ibrahim. I'd like you to pardon me if I've not mentioned your name. Like I said, because of the long list and time, we may not be able to go through all that I have. But of course, I must also recognize Engineer J. Kwashe, who is here, Engineer Ahagbuje, and Engineer R.O.K. Jimo. Mr. Peter Sule, Mr. Peter Manjuk, Professor Francis Adeniji, all part of the team that put this together. Thank you very much. And yes, we have with us Dr. Adamu Mustafa. He is the West African Sub-Region National Committee on irrigation and drainage. He's also right here. Please, let's celebrate him. I also know that I saw the permanent secretary, the current permanent secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Mr. Richard Filangwa. I'm sure he is expecting the arrival of the minister and so had to step out for a bit. But of course, once the minister comes in, we'll go through that protocol once more. At this point, I'd like to recognize directors of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation who are here. Engineer A.A. Adenopo, I hope I got that correctly. Of course, Engineer I.A. Dala, Mrs. Elizabeth Ugo, Mrs. Fumi Imoitinya, please a round of applause for her. A very powerful as far as media and communication is concerned, and blazing the trail for many of us. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fumi Imoitinya. We also have Mr. Shegun Babarinde, Engineer Mrs. Ngozi Aboho, Engineer Christy Odu, Mr. Chuks Mbeke, Mrs. Helen Anyako, Mr. Tajuddin Adebi, Engineer Aki Jobin, Engineer N.D. Madu, and Mrs. Stella Archie. Please, a round of applause for all of them. They are all directors in the Ministry of Water Resources. And yes, I'm also being told that we have delegates from different states in Nigeria present with us for this conference. If you're a delegate, I mentioned your state, please, let's bring down the roof. If you're from Osun State, please, put your hands together for yourselves. Those from Borno State, a round of applause, please. Kaduna State, we also have Kaduna State here present. And I'm being told that we have the VC of Aliko Dangote University of Science and Technology, Wudil, Professor Musa Yakasai. Please, a round of applause for him. So many more names are coming in. We'll just quickly recognize them. Like I said, we're trying to buy some time just so that we can make welcome the minister, and that will kickstart the event. We also have the representative of the president joining us with this event, and they need to come in for us to officially begin. So I'll just run through some more names that I have with us quickly, just so that once we have the minister come in with the representative of the president, of course, we'll be done with recognitions. Thank you so much for your understanding. I'd also like to recognize the Honorable Commissioner of Water Resources, Osun State, who's here present. Please, let's celebrate Honorable Sunday Oroniyi. A round of applause for him. Thank you very much, sir, for coming. All right, I'd like the media team to please play us soft tunes quickly while we'll get signal for the arrival of the minister. All right, and I'm just being told that we have with us now the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, ONMNI. Is she with us? Or she has a representative? Okay, she's here with us. All right, please, let's celebrate the head of service. If you're a civil servant, we have the #1 civil servant in the room. And for us at the NTA, I think promotion exams will be written tomorrow, so that's the more reason we should celebrate the head of service. All right, I'm sure you know what that means, so it's a big deal. So many dignitaries here, and more still to come. Quickly, I'd like to recognize Dr. Zohara B. Narges. She's the chair, Task Force on Women Empowerment and Water Management, all the way from Iran. Please, let's celebrate her. She's somewhere in this room. Thank you very much for joining us. We do sincerely appreciate all our delegates who have joined us from outside Nigeria. This is the giant of Africa. And in Nigeria, I'm I must tell you that you must be prepared to have fun. I don't know what you think if you're not a Nigerian, but for me as a Nigerian, I think Nigerians are the happiest people on planet Earth. Do I get people who agree with me? Nigerians, do you agree with that fact? Okay, fine. Now, come to think of it, it's only in Nigeria that you get to see a man who is a civil servant and earns minimum wage, but every Friday he has time to unwind, right? He has time, to do some of the flashy things. Have you ever watched a Nigerian dance? Have you ever watched a Nigerian sing? Have you ever watched a Nigerian movie? You see that when it comes to living life, we live life to the fullest right here in Nigeria. So non-Nigerians, please feel at home. You are at home. We intend to take you on a good ride, as you spend some time with us in the coming days. And for some of you who are not in a hurry to go back to your businesses out of Nigeria, feel free to stay with us. All right? Aren't they welcome to stay with us? Okay. And if you want to stay longer than a week, we could organize a naming ceremony and give you a Nigerian name. That's another thing. Oh yes, so we could have another event. I can see that the DJ is looking at me and is wondering what name I'm going to give him. Well, we have so many beautiful Nigerian names. So if you want Yoruba, Hausa, or Igbo, we can always arrange that. Yeah, I can see you nodding your head. So maybe you can make a peek much later. I'll give you a list of some beautiful Nigerian names. And yes, for non-Nigerians, you must try Nigerian food. Oh yes, please, Nigerians, put your hands together for yourselves. Nigerian delicacies are the best. Oh yes, I've been to some other countries, and well, they cook well. But have you tried the Nigerian egusi? For those if you're not visiting for the first time, or you've tried the Nigerian jollof, or something like that. Nigeria is just beautiful. Once again, let's celebrate Nigerians. So it is indeed an honor to have you here, and we are very excited to be hosting this event right here in Nigeria. And just to let you know that all is set to ensure that you have a fantastic time during the course of this conference spanning the next couple of days. All right, so while we get organized, all right, quickly, we have the program leader of Sustainable Development Nigeria, Western and Central Africa, all the way with us. We have Vinay Vutukuru from the World Bank. Please, let's celebrate him. Thank you for joining us. Like I said, the lists that I have here is quite a handful. So we'll just do justice to a few of them because I understand that some of the key dignitaries are outside awaiting the arrival of the minister, so please, we'd like you to bear with us. He's going to join us in a few minutes. So they have to welcome him and, of course, help him make his way to this room for this event. So that's why they have stepped out briefly. Well, thank you so much for your patience. Thank you for your understanding. And get ready for a smooth ride today, tomorrow, and next. All right, well, I try to get more names. I'd like the media team to please do us some good by playing some soft tunes. And yes, for those who are not English-speaking delegates, there will be translation ongoing as we speak right here. So not to worry, you would be carried along fully. Is he coming?
Yes, he's one of our sponsors. He's a patron. He's a member of NSAGE.
Okay.
He has done very well.
Okay, so
I see it culture is concerned.
okay, so
I must praise him.
okay, I guess I've almost exhausted all the names, all the recognitions. All right, thank you so much for your patience. Just to quickly make some more recognitions and also to let our French speakers know that there's a translation ongoing as this event takes place in English. If you're yet to get a translation kit, could you please signify by raising your hands? You're a French speaker and you haven't been properly kitted. Okay, you have your kit.
Mesdames, Messieurs, s'il vous plaît, si vous êtes francophonie et vous n'avez pas d'équipement pour écouter, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous voulez signifier? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, sir. I tried to learn French when I was in school, unfortunately. Didn't work out really nice. I should have been able to do that. Please celebrate me. All right. So let's quickly make some more recognitions. We have with us the representative of the Vice Chancellor of FUTMINA, Professor Farouk Adamu Kuta is here represented by Professor S.M. Dauda. Please, a round of applause for him. Thank you for joining us, Prof. We have so many other dignitaries, if you like, guests from the academia here with us. We do appreciate you for joining us. And we also have a representative from FAO, Mr. Valerie Nzeyimana is here. I'm sure we have, yes, thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. And from the AU, we have Dr. Mure A., who also joins us for this event. Thank you very much. A round of applause. You are not Nigerians, but looking like Nigerians. I like the fact that you have, taken in all of Nigeria. Many thanks once again for joining us. We appreciate you. All our partners and, of course, sponsors, those who have worked tirelessly to put this together. I must celebrate Pastor Toba Leke, who is the event manager, everyone who has made sure that this event begins successfully and will end successfully. I'd like us to celebrate them. The media crew, please, let's celebrate ourselves. Everyone who has put in one work or the other to ensure that this event kicks off officially today. By the way, I understand that the young professionals have had their session, and that was some days back. I also understand that the current president was in charge of the young professionals some time back. But now, can he still qualify as a young person? Let's check. Let's check, because, those who are in charge of youth movement in political parties, we know how old they are. So please, let's celebrate the current president. Thank you so much. So let's still have that soft music as we expect the entrance of the representative of the president, who would be in a short moment. And of course, the minister would join us shortly. I already recognize the presence of the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Mr. Richard Filangwa. I just hope I don't mispronounce that name today. I'll get some strokes of the cane. Please, let's celebrate the Permanent Secretary. He's right there. And, of course, once we officially kickstart, he'll be recognized again. He's very critical to this event. All right, as I already mentioned, we're just waiting briefly for the representative of the president. The minister, of course, will join us, and the governor of Borno State, who we're also expecting. He's a grand patron as far as NNSID is concerned, and he'll be with us shortly. So we just need him to walk in, and then the national anthem signals the official takeoff of this event. We'd like you to please bear with us. In a short moment, they will join us, and that would kickstart this event. Like I already said, we're going to move with the speed of light, and everything that we need to do would be done in good time. Thank you once again. I'd like the media team to please play our soft tunes as we relax, interact amongst ourselves, connect, and expect the arrival of our dignitaries. Thank you once again. Once again, I would like to say good morning to everyone present in this room. You're all welcome to this event. It is the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage, with the theme tackling irrigation development and water management crisis in Africa. And I must say it's an honor to have with us this morning. I'd like us to please celebrate as we put our hands together for the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Joseph Telumun Otsev, FNSE, as he joins us for this event. Please, let's put our hands together for him. I must say it's also an honor to have the most, or if you like, some say he's the best as far as being a governor is concerned in Nigeria, whether in the past, whether in the present, and some say maybe in the future. We have with us the one, the only, the governor of Borno State, His Excellency, Professor Babagana Zulum with us. Please, let's celebrate him. That is the man that has rewritten what governance should be in Nigeria. And for those of us who watch the news and know what's happening in Borno State, you know that that man deserves another round of applause. Please, let's celebrate him once more. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. We do sincerely appreciate you. And of course, it's also an honor to have with us the head of the civil service of the Federation. Please, women, men, put your hands together. Let's celebrate Mrs. Didi Esther Walson-Jack, OON, MNI. By the way, just to let you know that the year she graduated from law school was the year I was born. So please celebrate her one more time. It's also an honor to have right here with us a former permanent secretary. Before I get to the former permanent secretary, let's celebrate, please, the current permanent secretary in the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Please put your hands together for the one and only Mr. Richard Filangwa. And yes, I'm about to introduce one man whose name resonates across Nigeria and beyond. One man who wears many caps. He's a diplomat, he's an author, he's a scholar, he's a man of many things. When you talk about the civil service, he knows his onions. He's no longer in the civil service, but of course still doing so many things for Nigeria. He's the one who knows everything. I mean, we can only attempt to know. He is Ambassador, God knows, Bolade Igali. Please, let's celebrate him. The Ibe Tariwe of Izon. That's who he is. He's shocked that I know. All right. I know many things about you, but maybe I'll keep some secrets. So you may bribe me so I don't get to tell all of them. By the way, there are good things about Ambassador God knows Igali. Please, let's celebrate him one more time for joining us. Without wasting much time, we're still expecting the representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And as I said, that will signal the official takeoff of this event. And we need him to be seated before we have the national anthem. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GSCFRO, will be represented at this occasion by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akome. We're still expecting him, and I hear that in a few minutes he would join us. So while we'll give some time, all right, so we're just going to give a little time, but I can assure you it won't take too much time. So I'd like to once again appreciate our foreign delegates for being patient with us. Because of urgent state matters, the representative of the president is taking a bit of time to join us, but I can assure you he will be here shortly. I'm also aware that we have some other former permanent secretaries of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation in this room. Mrs. Camport Ekaro also joins us right here. Please, that would be necessary. Thank you. And just to let the Honorable Minister know, and also let the best governor in Nigeria know, we have delegates from different countries that are here with us. We have delegates from Morocco, we have delegates from Egypt, we have delegates that have come all the way from Iran. We have, it's a long list of delegates from other parts of the country. But importantly, I would also like you to know that we have the Vice President of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, who came all the way from Morocco, Mohamed Bouam, who is right here with us. That's for your information, Honorable Minister, and His Excellency Babagana Zulum. We also have the ICID Secretary General all the way from India with us, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Gupta. The Honorary Vice President of ICID, Professor L. Hussein Batali, also joins us in this room. And of course, the Director General of the International Water Management Institute, that's IWMI, Dr. Mark Smith, is also right here with us. Once again, please a round of applause for yourselves, everyone in this room. And yes, I'd like to apologize. Unfortunately, I haven't recognized, but I must do that now. And it is important I'm doing that in the presence of the Honorable Minister. We have with us the Chairman, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID. We have Dr. Mako Asiri with us. Please put your hands together for him. I hear that without his authorization, we will not be having this in the first place. So maybe we should celebrate him one more time. Also present is the House of Reps, as a member of the House of Representatives, representing Chibok Damboa Goza constituency. Of course, he came in with the governor of Borno State. Please let's celebrate Honorable Ahmed Jaha, who is right here with us. Thank you very much, Honorable, for joining us. So we have official information that the SGF will be with us in a few minutes. So I'd like to crave the indulgence of the Honorable Minister and the Governor of Borno State to please bear with us. In just a few minutes, we will officially kickstart this event. Just so that we can get a representative of the president fully, in charge of things right here. So that's why we have to wait. But while we do the waiting, it's important to run you through some background and why we are gathered for this event. This is not just any other event. This is a crucial event. We're talking about irrigation and drainage. And for those who know what the prediction is, NAMIT prediction as regards the weather for this year and the forecast for rainfall, I did see the minister do that on Friday. I think I saw that on the news, talking about states that will be flooded and all of that. This conference is crucial to how water is managed in Nigeria. Because when you talk about irrigation, you talk about drainage, it deals with all the issues around water management in Nigeria. So this is a very important event, and if you're here, you're a very, very important personality. And of course, we do appreciate you for joining us. So we'd still have that soft tunes play quickly. Once the door opens one more time, I can assure you that will be the representative of the president. But let me run you through what NINSID is all about. Nigeria joined the ICID family in 1970, and since then has formed its Nigerian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, which is known as NINSID. NINSID has risen to become one of the most active members of ICID, supporting and collaborating in its activities. For the organization of the 4th Afro-Asian Regional Conference of ICID, which was held in Lagos in 1982, and to the International Seminar on Performance of Large and Small-Scale Irrigation Schemes in Africa, which held in Abuja sometime in November 1999. NINSID has continued to actively participate in ICID activities and has also been elected into several important ICID elective posts, such as chairman and secretaries of ICID working groups, and as well to the position of ICID vice presidency. Now, the mission of NINSID is to act as a national chapter of ICID in Nigeria, and together work towards sustainable irrigation and drainage management through interdisciplinary approaches and environmentally and sound agricultural and flood management practices. Please, let's celebrate NINSID. They're doing a good job. They have been doing a good job, and will continue to do a good job. And just to let the chairman of ICID know that NINSID is not relenting in its efforts to ensure that all that regards water management in Nigeria is properly done. All right, so that's an assurance. Thank you so much, and we do appreciate you for joining us. So we'll have soft tunes play quickly so I can get some signals on whether we can kickstart this event or not. Thank you. May we please rise? The national anthem. Please take your seats. It's an honor to have with us the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented with us here by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. Please, a round of applause for him. We also have the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Engineer Professor Joseph Telemun Etsev, FNSE, the Chairman, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation. Please, let's celebrate him. Also here with us is His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Borno State, the one and the only. Please make it loud for Professor Babagana Zulum. Also present is the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, OON, MNI. The Chairman, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, Dr. Marco Asieri, is also right here. We have all former ministers of water resources here present, federal permanent secretaries, and of course, the current permanent secretary of the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Mr. Richard Filangua. Please, a round of applause for him. All retired permanent secretaries of the Ministry of Water Resources, and of course, we have Ambassador Godnose Igali with us, and Mrs. Comfort Ikaro, all former permanent secretaries. Please, a round of applause for them. The Chairman, African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohamed Abdel Monem Wahab, Directors, Chief Executives of agencies under the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, and other government agencies here present. Honorable Commissioners and State Permanent Secretaries here present, development partners, collaborators in the water and sanitation sector, distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and of course our esteemed delegates from different African countries. We welcome you specially to the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. On behalf of the National Committee, as well as the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, as well as the Nigerian government, we're thrilled to have you here in Abuja, Nigeria, hosting this important event. This conference is a pivotal moment for our continent, offering a unique platform for knowledge sharing, collaboration, and innovation in the vital fields of irrigation and drainage. The theme of this conference is tackling irrigation development and water management crisis in Africa, which speaks to the urgent need for innovative solutions. And in the coming days, you will have the opportunity to learn from leading experts, engage in stimulating discussions, and connect with fellow professionals who all have a passion for advancing irrigation and drainage. And oh yes, I encourage you to actively participate, ask questions, and contribute to the knowledge exchange that will shape the future of this sector. I'm Yenri John. I'm a broadcast journalist with the Nigerian Television Authority, and I am delighted to be your master of ceremony today. Please, once again, a warm round of applause for yourselves. Without wasting much time, I'd like to invite to the podium the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Please put your hands together for Mr. Richard Filangwa as he comes forward for the welcome address.
The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented here today by our father, Senator George Akume, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation. His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Borno State, the amiable Executive Governor, Professor Babagana Zulum, my Honorable Minister, Professor Joseph Telumu, other Honorable Ministers here present, the Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Watson, Jack OON, and MNI, Representative Chairman, House Committee on Water Resources, all former Ministers of Water Resources, all retired permanent secretaries here present, the Chairman, African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohamed Abdel Wahab, Directors and Chief Executive of our agencies, Honorable State Commissioners and Permanent Secretaries here present, our development partners and collaborators in the water and sanitation sector, distinguished participants, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I, on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation and the water family in Nigeria, welcome you all to the sixth African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. The program is organized under the auspices of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, taking place here today, the center of unity of our great country, Nigeria. I'm honored to be part of the hosting of this prestigious gathering. We are experts, policymakers, researchers, and stakeholders from across the African continent and beyond are assembled to share vision and would help enhance irrigation and drainage for food security, climate resilience, and sustainable agricultural development. The theme of this year's conference, Tackling Irrigation Development and Water Management Crisis in Africa, appears timely as the continent continues to grapple with the complex challenges of climate change, population growth, and water scarcity. The importance of integrated water resources management, particularly in agriculture, has never been more critical than now. Ladies and gentlemen, the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation remains committed to advancing policies that support irrigation systems, modern drainage infrastructure, visible investment, and inclusive water management to help achieve our overall objective of improving the water and sanitation sector of our economy. We are working tirelessly in collaboration with other relevant MDAs and other partners at the international, regional, and national levels to promote innovative technologies and capacity building initiatives that will empower our farmers, enhance their livelihood, and contribute national and continental development. I'm confident that this African Regional Conference will provide an invaluable platform to share knowledge, learn from best practices, and forge stronger partnerships to uplift the African region to an enviable position in food production and sufficiency. I encourage you all participants to take advantage of the technical sessions, field visits, and networking opportunities that have been thoroughly arranged over the next few days to broaden our capacity towards establishing a productive irrigation and drainage system. As we deliberate and exchange ideas, let us keep in mind that the outcomes of this conference will significantly fashion the future of irrigation and drainage across Africa. Therefore, it is pertinent that we approach our work within the conference days squarely to build synergy and shared commitment for sustainable progress in the irrigation and drainage sector within the continent. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Nigeria, the giant of Africa, and Abuja, the city of unity that unifies our one Nigeria. Enjoy our natural vicinity and local delicacies. I wish you all a productive and impactful conference. Thank you all for listening.
That applause can be better, please, for the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Thank you very much, sir, for your welcome address. Your Excellency, representative of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, before we move on with the next item on the agenda, I'd like you to know that we have the President of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage. It's important I mention this again. He is the number one as far as irrigation and drainage, if you like, water resources management is concerned in the whole world. Please, let's put our hands together and celebrate once again for joining us for this conference. Dr. Marco Arcid. Thank you very much. It's now time for the opening remarks, and that will be done by Engineer Ike Musa, FNSE, MNI, a one-time Vice President of ICID. Please, let's put our hands together for him as he comes forward.
Representative of Mr. President, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Honorable Minister, President of ICID, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The current African Regional Working Group Chairman is unavoidably absent. I've just been asked to fill in the gap, being the pioneer chairman of the African Regional Working Group. We led the breakaway from Asia-Africa Regional Working Group when we were bunched together with Asia, and that's how we managed to organize the African Regional Afro-Asia Regional Working Group Conference in Lagos in 1982. So the essence, sir, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is that each continent has some peculiarity. And so it was felt that although when we go to ICID, we are able to exchange views broadly, it is also necessary to narrow it down to each continent, and if possible, to each nation. And this is the 6th African Regional Conference that is being held. 2 has been held in Egypt, 1 in Morocco. The last one was actually in Morocco. And it was another one was held in South Africa and Mali. So the topic was deliberately chosen because we realized that there has been a stall in irrigation development in Africa. And most of it is not as much as it is with finance, more is to do with water resource management. And this, by putting our heads together, we should be able to find solutions to this. Now, the conference is elaborate because the last 2 days, we've been training our younger professionals. The future of actually irrigation development in Africa is in our youth. And so we started with them, and we had 2-day workshop, which graciously, the president of ICID actively participated. And we thank you very much, sir. This conference itself will last for 2 days. After that, we intend to have a national symposium to let our colleagues from outside Africa and those from Africa know irrigation development in Nigeria, so that through interaction and their contribution, we will have some takeaway to improve our own. They know what we are doing on the ground, and they can tell us where we are going wrong and also tell us what we are doing right. And then we will continue with that. After the National Symposium on Wednesday, we are going to have also a high panel discussion, which brings our policymakers, our managers in the government, industry, and also the university in research and training to come together and talk about how far we have gone on SDG implementation in Africa, and how transboundary water issues are affecting and what need to be done. Again, it is because we want to have proper takeaway on how to address our SDG as we go forward. And because we are also celebrating our 55 continuous membership of ICID, at the closing ceremony and the gala night, we intend to have awards for people who have contributed to this success over the years. And we are pleased to announce here the top of the list is General Gawon, who started River Basin Development Authorities. We think he led the way and made it possible for irrigation development in Nigeria, and we felt we needed to recognize him. And the champion of family gardening, we want to recognize her, and so we are hoping we will have the First Lady so that we can show our appreciation for what she's doing. Because if you remember the past, you must also remember the present. And of course, we intend to honor our grand patron, who has always been there for us. When things go wrong in NINSID and we want resolution quickly, we run to Professor Zulum, and he's always been there. We want to appreciate you, sir. And then, of course, there are a couple of other awardees which we have lined up, but I felt we needed to at least give you a gist of some of them so that those are the takeaways we hope, and it gives you a general picture of what we intend to do during this conference. So I thank all of you for coming. On behalf of African Regional Working Group, who are the main organizers of this conference, in collaboration with ICID and, of course, the support we got from the federal government and Borno State government, we want to welcome all of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer I.K. Musa, for your opening remarks. It's about time to listen to one man, and it's important that I mention that this man has a professional career spanning more than 25 years, and he has contributed to various studies and research in agricultural water management, land and water resources development, irrigation and drainage, flood prevention, the list goes on. And in a bid to advance this course, this particular man has visited around 40 countries of the world. And somehow, this is his first time in Nigeria. So we are honored, and it is a rare privilege for me, to make welcome to the podium the President of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID, Dr. Mako Asiere, for his address. Please let's celebrate him.
Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented today here by Senator Dr. George Akume, Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation of the Republic of Nigeria, Engineer Professor Joseph Terlumun, Excellency Professor Babagana Umaya Zulum, Executive Governor of Borno State, Dr. Ms. Lydie Esther Walson Jack, Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mr. Richard Belangwa, Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Dr. Max Mead, Head of the International Water Management Institute, friends and colleagues from FAO, from Arcid, from other international organizations who gathered here, and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a real pleasure and a privilege for me as President of ICID to be here with you in this beautiful country, my first time to Nigeria. And I'm sure, let me say, this is not going to be the last one. You see, I was coming here, I was thinking, what shall I say? Should I prepare a speech? Should I write down something? But then I decided to talk by heart and with my heart, because I think when you talk regarding and following your feelings, I think the message is, can be more direct and felt like mostly sincere. We have here, we are celebrating, we are introducing a very important conference. This is the 6th African Regional Conference, Professor Musa, Vice President Honorary of ICID, which I salute again, and I salute, of course, all the members of the Nigerian National Committee of ICID who have done such an excellent job, excellent work. I really want to appreciate their work for what they've done and what they are doing, and I'm sure what they will do, because you see, the Nigerian Committee of ICID, as it has been said, is one of the longest in the history of Nigeria, as my Secretary General, which I salute, Rakesh Gupta, Dr. Rakesh Gupta of ICID, who is also with us, very well knows. So we are very grateful to what you have been doing for your country and for ICID. So I was saying, we are celebrating here a very important conference on irrigation and drainage, tackling water scarcity and how to cope with the growth of population, with water emergencies, with climate change. So the challenge we have in front of us is really one of them, one of those that we really need to tackle and to consider as one of the most predominant for our times. Because Nigeria, as I know, and we all know, is probably one of the, probably the second or first, but I think the second largest economy of Africa, the most populated country of Africa, more than 220 million of people, and according to United Nations projections, it will reach 400 million people by 2050. So this is the scenario we are working and we are facing, and this is why this conference is extremely important. What is the point of being here today? I see this whole room full in every seat, so and I see also people up there. I have had the chance to talk and to stay together with young professionals. I have learned from them. I must say I have learned a lot from them. That's why I wanted to stay with them. Yesterday, we went to visit a very nice farm in the territory of Kefi. As I was saying, we are at a turning point. We have to think all together how to cope with growing population, growing food demand, and growing food security with the issue of water security. How to cope this? This is the challenge we have in front of us. On my side, from ICID point of view, I can tell you that we are and we will be doing all our efforts in order to face this solution and to address this problem with the best possible manner by cooperation with other international organizations such as the United Nations, FAO, EMI, and all together. And this is the direction we want to work through. The need for us is to harness and try to cooperate all together in order to have these goals achieved. Let me conclude this salute, by quoting an old African saying, which I think is very well tailored on what is Nigeria, because Nigeria is one of the, according to what I've seen, I've been in other countries in Africa, of course, but my impression is that this conference, in this moment, in this particular place, can really mark a turning point, as I once said. This old saying, I always remember this saying when I was a younger student. I remember that I was very impressed with this saying, which is what Africa means. I was coming here, I had a chance to visit this very beautiful exposition with photos and a small recollection of the history of Nigeria. And I was struck by two of these sentences I saw. Food to the nation, priority of food to the nation, and Africa first. They are very well depicted in the exposition that is there close to this room. And I was very struck with them. This is why I think that this is the best place where we can start this process. And so the quotation I'd like to leave you with is, as African saying says, if you want to go fast, you can go by yourself. But if you want to go far, you have to work together, all together. So this is the message I'd like to leave to you. I'm here with you. I want to collaborate, and I can assure you that on behalf of ICID, we will do all that is in our capabilities in terms of networking, of cooperation, and mobilization of financial resources in order to tackle the huge potential that Nigeria has in terms of irrigation development. Thank you.
I thought you were celebrating the president of the ICID much better. Make him feel at home. He said so many significant things, but one thing I took, with me, and I will never forget, he said, it's his first time in Nigeria. I did tell you he's been to about 40 countries. He said it's his first time in Nigeria, and it will not be his last. So that means we need to conduct a naming ceremony for him, just so that the next time he comes, we can call him maybe Marco. I don't know if Your Excellency would allow me to use one of his names, or maybe the SGF would allow me naming one of his names just so that he can feel at home the next time he's here. Please, let's celebrate the ICID president. We appreciate you for joining us. Thank you very much. It's now time for goodwill messages, and because of time, we'd like to restrict these goodwill messages to around 60 seconds to 120 seconds, just so that we can be able to do justice with the long list that we have. All right, I'm being informed that because of time, we'd have to skip some of the goodwill messages and just do with a few. And that's because the representative of the president would have to attend to other state matters and will be leaving us shortly. Thank you so much for your understanding. All right, it's about now time to get on the podium to speak with us. One man who was one time the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Water Resources, and that's around 2010 to 2013, before he was redeployed to the Ministry of Power. I'm sure you would remember. One man whose name cannot be forgotten as far as the Ministry of Water Resources is concerned. During his tenure, he undertook the most comprehensive water sector reform policy, including the introduction of PPP, that's public-private partnership in water supply, which has become a reference point in the Nigeria water sector today. Now, he has played a major role in bringing the nexus between water, energy, and agriculture through the construction of multipurpose dams in Nigeria. And of course, Gurara and Kanshibila dams readily come to mind. Ladies and gentlemen, please, with a round of applause, a thunderous round of applause, let's make welcome Ambassador God Knows Bolade Igale as he comes forward for his goodwill message. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, here represented by the SGF, our big brother and boss, Senator George Akume. Let me greet all other excellencies here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister has thought it wise to convoke all of us who became part of the water resource family here to join in this celebration. And I thank you for giving me the privilege to speak on behalf of my colleagues, former permanent secretaries. I think we can all attest, you know, the life of a permanent secretary is full of the occupational hazard is that you can be moved anytime. But for all of us, and I say this without any contradiction, the water resource family and what we do in Ministry of Water Resource is at the core of our hearts. And that is why everywhere we've served, we still come back to water resources as the family where we belong. And I want to say to many Nigerians, the Ministry of Water Resources has some of the best professionals that you can find in any sector. And they keep working hard to ensure that there's a great balance in all the various areas covered by water, particularly this aspect of irrigation, irrigation, and irrigation. We have been told what the population of Nigeria will be by 2050. The population of Africa will be 2.5 billion people. That is about 1 billion increase by 2050. What this means is that we must produce more food. These are young people that will come into Africa that must eat. So this conference is very important, and we must congratulate the Honorable Minister, and by extension, through him to the SGF, to Mr. President, for the intentionality in being able to call this conference. It shows the commitment to agriculture, the commitment to feeding Nigerians. Let me say this. As far back as 2010, when I was permanent secretary in the ministry, we tried to convene this same conference. We did not succeed. And since then, subsequently, we have been trying to convene it. We've not until we have succeeded this time. Honorable Minister, congratulations. And HGF, congratulations. But we must sustain the momentum of irrigation. When Kashimbila came on board, intentionally 4,000 hectares of irrigation land was added. When Zungeru came on board, intentionally about 3,000 hectares of irrigation land was added. Gurara, so much irrigation land was added. So we must sustain the momentum of irrigation activity. Let it not be a one-off. Then it dies. It must be sustained all over the continent in Africa for us to be able to feed the population that we have ahead of us. The other critical factor that perhaps in the few seconds I have, because I was told that I have just 60 seconds, is the issue of the need for us to operationalize and prioritize the management of our river basins. Our river basins authorities, we spoke about giving an award to General Gowon, which is very good, and those are set of the river basins. The river basins that manage our hydrological basins are our main institutions for promoting irrigated agriculture, all year-round agriculture. So the river basins, we must ensure that they are properly manned by professionals. I tell people all over Africa, yes, it's important to appoint top political, high-profile people to the boards, but at the level of management, whether it is in Ghana, whether it is in Cameroon, it's in South Africa, it's in Nigeria, at the level of management, we must put professionals who know what to do, because that is the future of our irrigated agriculture. Let the boards be the top political forces, but let management be professionals who will do the job as it is. And finally, I think we must also, Your Excellency, Mr. President, we must bring, and Honorable Minister, we must bring the sub-nationals on board. Many states still do not understand the importance of irrigation and drainage. In fact, drainage is sometimes not even mentioned at all. We must bring in the states. The federal government is doing so much. We talk about federal government, federal government. What about the sub-nationals? Not just in Nigeria, but in many African countries. We forget that the sub-nationals and even the local governments are critical aspects of the agricultural value chain. If you travel to Europe by plane, as you are landing, you see that every inch of land is irrigated, is being used. Here, all what you see is fallow land that is not being used. So once more, on behalf of those of us whom this country gave the opportunity to be part of the water family, we thank you for inviting us, and we'll continue to put in our best to this critical sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Godno Zigali, for that brief remark. And I'm being told that we have an online community. Some people have joined us via Zoom. We do appreciate you for joining us. We know you can hear us loud and clear, and you can also see us. Thank you so much for joining us online for this conference. And of course, one of those joining us online is the Chairman, African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohammed Abdel Monem Wahaba. Thank you very much. All right, it's now time to get to the next goodwill message. And I did tell you much earlier that she looks very young. By the way, it's the first time we're having a woman, apart from me, come on the stage to address us. She looks very young, but I did say that when she was called to the Nigerian bar, I was just being born. She's a remarkable woman. For many of us in the civil service, she inspires us. She inspires women across Nigeria and, of course, the African continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we make welcome Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, OONMNI, for her brief remarks. Please, let's celebrate her one more time, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume. Your Excellency, the Governor of Borno State, Professor Zulu, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, distinguished participants, distinguished guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure that I join you today at the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage, organized under the auspices of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage and hosted by the Nigerian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage in partnership with the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Let me begin by sincerely commending the Honorable Minister, Engineer Professor Joseph Telumum Utsev, the organizing committee, and all stakeholders for putting together this significant platform under the timely and relevant theme, tackling irrigation development and water management crisis in Africa. This gathering holds a personal significance for me. It was during my time as the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation that I had the honor of chairing the Steering Committee on Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria, a role that further deepened my commitment to the sustainable development of our water and agricultural sectors. In March 2022, I had the privilege of leading a high-level delegation on a study tour to the Kingdom of Morocco under the auspices of the Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria Trimming Project. Our mission was to learn from Morocco's impressive achievements in agricultural modernization, irrigation development, and dam safety and management. It was a highly insightful and rewarding experience that left a lasting impression on all of us. I'm sure some of us who were on that study tour are in this room and can attest to that. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt appreciation to Professor El Hussein Batali, Vice President of the Moroccan National Committee of Arcid and Regional Director of Agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, Water Resources and Fisheries in Marrakesh, Safi. I also wish to sincerely thank Mr. Abdul Aziz Busraref for the warmth and professionalism with which he received our delegation and for ensuring that our visit was both purposeful and pleasant. And you might wonder why I'm giving all this detail. Well, It was during that very trip that the idea of Nigeria hosting this prestigious African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage was first discussed. To stand here today, witnessing that vision become a reality fills me with immense pride and joy. Water remains central to Africa's quest for food security, climate resilience, and economic transformation. Yet we continue to face pressing challenges: climate change, land degradation, inadequate investment in irrigation infrastructure, and limited knowledge-sharing platforms. This conference is therefore not just timely, it is necessary. It brings together stakeholders from across the continent to exchange ideas, explore innovative solutions, and build partnerships for sustainable water and agriculture. The commitment of the Nigerian government to institutional strengthening, policy coherence, and public sector innovation in the civil service. Our civil service reform agenda continues to prioritize efficiency, professionalism, and intersectoral collaboration, essential ingredients for effective water governance and agricultural transformation. In conclusion, I salute all delegates, experts, and development partners present today. Let us use this opportunity to forge new ideas, deepen old friendships, and recommit ourselves to the shared goal of a food-secure, climate-resilient Africa. Thank you once again to the Water family for the honor of addressing you today. Thank you.
If we have civil servants in this room, I'd like you to please once again put your hands together for the head of the civil service of the Federation. Thank you very much, ma'am. We do sincerely appreciate you. And of course, all the innovations you're bringing into the civil service in Nigeria. At this point, it's now time to listen to our chief host. But you know, this man is extraordinary. And as far as the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation is concerned, it is a perfect fit. He's done so much as the minister. And just to let you know that he didn't start excelling today. He graduated as the best graduating student in 2004 from the prestigious University of Agriculture, Makurdi. And since then, he's been blazing the trail wherever he finds himself. He's a renowned professor of water resources and environmental engineering, a politician, an entrepreneur, an administrator of great repute, and of course, currently the minister of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Please put your hands together as we make welcome Engineer Professor Joseph Telumun Otsev for his welcome address.
The President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, our father, Senator George Akumen, CON, the Executive Governor of Borno State, my brother, His Excellency, Professor Babagana Umar Zulum, the Honorable, the Head of Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Waxin Jacques, the President, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, Dr. Marco Asuri, Federal Permanent Secretary here present, retired Permanent Secretaries here present, the Chairman of African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohammed Wahab, the chairperson of the Nigerian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage in Nigeria, my director, Dr. Esther Oluwini, all directors and staff of Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation here present, all heads of agencies that are here present, our development partners that are here present, our panelists, the press, ladies and gentlemen. We from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, we are very happy to receive the African delegation to Nigeria to discuss the way forward for our irrigation and drainage pattern in Africa. The 6th African Regional Conference of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, which is starting here in Nigeria today, is very, very fundamental. The federal government of Nigeria shares the vision of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage and the tireless effort of all stakeholders that have invested in the food and water sector in ensuring the sustainability of our development, economic utilization of land, water resources, which are very crucial to human survival. The commitment of the ICID to improving the sources of irrigation and drainage services and protecting the environment is well commendable. Distinguished participants, one of the cardinal objectives of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Renew Hope agenda is to boost agriculture to achieve food security for the citizens and residents here in Nigeria, and to achieve food sufficiency and improve the living condition of all citizens and residents of our dear country, Nigeria. The Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, is currently focused on strengthening access to potable water, enhancing food security, improving sanitation and hygiene, prioritizing climate change adaptation and mitigation strategies, upgrading water infrastructure development and management, deepening relevant stakeholders' engagement, and partnership for economic growth and development. I wish to state that as part of initiatives to contribute to food sufficiency and access to potable water, the ministry is proud to mention that the Transforming Irrigation Management in Nigeria (TRIMIN) project, alongside other viable programs and projects embarked upon by the ministry, have created impressive impact on the irrigation and drainage system in Nigeria. The TRIMIN project, which spans over 7 years of implementation, achieved significant strides in strengthening water resources management, promoting sustainable agricultural practices, enhancing economic growth, and empowering local communities through farmer-led initiatives. Some of the landmark gains recorded by TRIMIN projects include: one is the completed Dadin-Kowa and Baccalaureate irrigation schemes, as well as the drip and micro irrigation projects. Two is the Middle Rima Valley irrigation project, which is currently at 90% progress level of work. Three is the ongoing implementation of irrigation projects in Ondo, Kwara, Benue, Kebbi, Edo, Adamawa, Oyo, and additional works for the Ipapo micro irrigation projects, also in Oyo State. Four is the establishment and strengthened Water Users Association to promote inclusive and participatory irrigation management. And the promotion of this Water Users Association is not only in the boosting of food production in the country, but also improving the job availability of our dear citizens of Nigeria. And as a means of shifting the responsibility of operation and maintenance of irrigation system to these WAS. 5 is to strengthen market linkages for farmers, particularly for rice and tomato value chain agreement. Establishment of farmers management centers to provide technical assistance and support to farmers. These are some of the achievements recorded by Trimin, which some are still ongoing. I am happy to inform this very important gathering that with the rounding up of the Trimin project, Nigeria is about to commence the implementation of its successor project, which is called the Sustainable Power and Irrigation for Nigeria, SPIN. This is in collaboration with World Bank. The SPIN project will soon commence with activities that will secure and maximize the socio-economic value of stored water, leveraging the success story and closing the gaps identified during the implementation of the Trimin project. I understand that some of the sites identified for SPIN projects will be visited by our esteemed delegates. The ministry, through the River Basin Development Authorities, have developed so far 153,000 hectares of irrigable lands, while efforts are being made towards strengthening the river basins to deliver more on the set targets in collaboration with other stakeholders to ensure adequate development of irrigable farmlands for food production all year round. To ensure sustainable funding of the river basins, the partial commercialization program is being implemented to attract private sector funds and participation to make the authorities more commercially viable and self-reliant. It is equally important to note that with the recent unveiling of the 2025 flood outlook and risk management strategies, the impact of floods on irrigable agricultural farmlands will also be controlled. During this conference, we will discuss the progress achieved, lessons shared, and explore innovative solutions to the global water challenges, with particular attention to the African region, which will enable us to re-strategize our approaches in our regional development initiatives. With the team tackling irrigation development and water management crisis in Africa, I am confident that we will continue to make greater strides towards realizing our quest for water security, promotion of economic development, and protecting the environment. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to reiterate Nigerians' unwavering commitment to advancing the irrigation and drainage subsector as reflected in the various interventions of the federal government of Nigeria at scaling up necessary infrastructure across the country to enhance the capacity of our small shareholders, boosting food availability for their country, and enhancing efficient use of our water resources. Once again, I welcome our delegates to this conference, and I wish all of us a productive engagement. Thank you, and God bless us all.
I thought that applause would be better for the Honorable Minister of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Thank you very much, Professor Otsev. It's now time to get to the next item on the agenda, but just before I do that, I would like the cultural troupe to get ready, because as soon as this address is done, I would have the cultural troupe perform for a few minutes before we make some progress, some more progress with the agenda. All right, for me, this is a high point, and for those of us who watch the news, by virtue of my job, I follow the news regularly. And one man who never fails to appear in our faces is about to speak with us. He doesn't just appear for the sake of politics. He doesn't just appear for the sake of image laundering or whatever it is that some people would ordinarily do with the press. He's right in our faces all the time because he's changing the narrative for the average Nigerian in Borno State. He is not just a governor. He's someone who is committed to the people of his state, someone who understands their plight, someone who gets down from his luxury vehicles to go drive bicycles, drive bikes, go to the communities, go to the huts where these people live to feel their pain. And he's doing so much to make sure that the average Borno man lives a standard life. This man deserves a lot of celebration. He's been celebrated by different organizations, but I think it's not enough. I think that other politicians should take a cue from him. Other governors should learn from him. And like I said earlier, this is one governor that will take many years for us to see again. Please, let's celebrate the executive governor of Borno State as he comes forward for his address. Professor Babagana Umara Zulu, CON, FNSC, MNI. Many people do not know that he has a PhD in soil and water engineering. Please celebrate him some more.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency George Akume, Secretary to the Borno State Government. Secretary to the Federal Government. He was Secretary to the State Government last 40 years ago, I think so. The Head of Service of the Federation, the Minister of Water Resources, the members of the National Assembly, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Water Resources, former permanent secretaries, President of ICID. Permit me to mention my mentor, my teacher, and indeed my PhD supervisor, Professor Francis Adenechi, who is sitting at the back. Let me also mention my head of department. When I was registered into part 1 in the University of Maiduguri, my head of department is Professor Shaibu Musa. A teacher is always a teacher. That is why when I came in, I decided to go and greet him. Let me also mention Professor Ezed Abubakar. He was among those that have assessed my professorship. Thank you very much. Invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good, is it afternoon or morning? It is with deep sense of purpose that I address you today at this 6th African Regional Conference of the International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage, ICID. I thank the International Commission on Drainage and the Nigerian National Committee for their vision in convening this timely gathering. We come together at a moment of both immense challenge and historic opportunity, a time when Africa must choose between vulnerability and resilience, between crisis and coordinated action. Across sub-Saharan Africa, our agricultural systems remain heavily reliant on rainfall. Nearly 65% of our farmland is rain-fed. But the rain no longer comes as it once did. What was once predictable has become uncertain. According to the World Bank's 2023 Climate Smart Agriculture Report, rainfall patterns across the Sahel have shifted by 20 to 30% over the last decade. Seasons are shrinking, droughts are intensifying, and floods are becoming more devastating. Our farmers are often left unsure of when to plant or harvest, and the consequences are there. The Food and Agricultural Organization warns that if this pattern continues unchecked, we will see a 50% reduction in crop yields across the continent by the year 2030. That is not just a statistics, it is a direct threat to food security, to public health, and to the future of millions of families. Despite contributing less than 4% of global greenhouse emission, Africa continues to suffer some of the worst effects of climate change. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in its 2023 report, notes that the frequency of extreme weather events in our region has increased by over 30% compared to the 1980s. In many parts of Africa, once fertile lands are turning to dust. Water sources are dying up. Desertification marches on year after year, devouring farmlands and displacing communities. One of the most sobering examples of ecological degradation is the Lake Chad. Once a source of water, livelihood, and stability for over 30 million people across Nigeria, Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, it has now lost over 90% of its volume since the 1960s, according to the United Nations Environmental Program. This is where irrigation becomes not just important, but indispensable. But even in the face of such daunting challenges, we must not lose hope. Africa possesses the creativity and the talent and the ancestral wisdom to overcome. We need to rethink how we grow our food. We need to transit from being rain-fed dependent to being water resilient. This means embracing climate-smart agriculture and investing in irrigation systems that are both efficient and inclusive. Yet innovation must not be seen as the privilege of a few. Our approach must be rooted in inclusivity, especially for smallholder farmers who produce the majority of Africa's food. We must build systems that honor both the traditions of our people and the promise of science. We must support research institutions, secure local innovations, and ensure that our women and youth, who are the backbone of rural agriculture, are empowered with tools, knowledge, and access to markets. As a leader in a region grappling with the dual challenges of climate change and post-conflict recovery, I understand firsthand the power of agriculture to restore dignity and rebuild communities. In Borno State, we have begun to lay the foundation for an agricultural renewal anchored in sustainable irrigation. But today is not about one state. It is about a shared African journey, a journey in which every nation, from Senegal to Somalia, must come together to develop a bold and unified strategy for irrigation and water governance. This requires more than goodwill. It demands policy reform, financing mechanisms, and transboundary cooperation. We must prioritize investment in water infrastructure just as we do in roads or energy. We must create enabling environments for private sector participation and protect the rights of communities that depend on shared water bodies. Let us remember that water knows no borders, neither should our solutions. To our development partners, we thank you for your continued support, but we also urge you to listen to Africa's voice and align our interventions with our inspirations. The future we seek is not one of dependency, but of self-reliance and strategic partnership. As we engage in technical discussions during this conference, let us remain focused on what is at stake. The livelihoods of millions of Africans, Irrigation is not merely about water. It is about ensuring that a farmer in rural Mali, or a herder in eastern Kenya, or a displaced family in the Lake Chad Basin can feed their children, live with dignity, and build a future. It is about peace and prosperity and the promise of stability. Let us leave this gathering with renewed determination to act not in isolation, but in unity. Let us scale what works, fix what is broken, and build systems that can withstand the shocks of a changing climate. Thank you, and may the outcomes of this conference ignite a continent-wide movement for agricultural resilience and water scarcity. Let me also, I've just seen one of my lecturers acknowledge my course supervisor, Professor Idris Audu, at the back. Thank you very much, sir.
I don't need to say it. We need to celebrate the governor one more time. You know what they say. In the past, they used to say the reward of a teacher is in heaven. But from what you just saw in display, the reward of a teacher is here on earth. Let's celebrate all the teachers that are right here. We're supposed to have a cultural display, but I'm being told that that has been displaced because we need to have the representative of the president speak to us just so he can attend to other state matters. But not to worry. For those who are not Nigerians, you get to feel Nigeria's culture, rich tradition, and of course, beautiful display. But that'll be after this address. Now, for many people who know the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, you know him for many things. He's a kingmaker, an astute administrator, a political strategist, and yes, his popular quote is, power is not served a la carte. You have to work for it. One man who has worked for the position he is today, or he has assumed today, is the person who is about to speak to us. A one-time governor, a one-time minister, a one-time senator. At the moment, he's the secretary to the government of the Federation, and he's representing the president at this occasion. Please, put your hands together. It's a privilege to have with us. And of course, let's make welcome Senator George Akume as he comes forward for the presidential address. That applause should go on as he comes forward.
Please be seated. Members of the National Assembly, His Excellency the Governor of Borno State, Professor Zulum, who has recognized all his teachers here. I also appreciate you, teachers. The head of civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Jack, the Honorable Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, Professor Wotsev, other ministers here present, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Water, Resources and Sanitation, and other permanent secretaries here present, former permanent secretaries of the Ministry of Water Resources. The President of ICID, Dr. Marco Asieri, the Chairman of African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohamed, Honorable Commissioners of Water Resources from the states, our international partners,
experts and facilitators, distinguished invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I stand before you to deliver a speech by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is on a working visit outside the country. Because of his passion for water, his passion for agriculture, he would have been here, presenting a message for this very special occasion. And permit me to proceed with his statement. It is with great pleasure and profound gratitude that I welcome all the delegates to the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage, holding here in Abuja, the capital city of Nigeria. I learned that at this gathering, we have experts, policy makers, and stakeholders from across Africa and beyond within the irrigation and drainage sector to deliberate and exchange knowledge that will move the African continent to an enviable position on the global scene. We are honored to host this distinguished gathering and look forward to productive discussions. The theme of this year's conference, Tackling Irrigation Development and Water Management Crisis in Africa, further shows that irrigation and water management is critical in achieving food security, promoting sustainable agriculture, and ensuring economic resilience across the continent. Despite its importance, Africa is still facing significant challenges in harnessing its irrigation potentials due to inadequate infrastructure, financial constraints, climate change, and governance issues. I can confidently say that this conference is a call to action, urging especially African countries towards enhancing our potential in agriculture by exploring innovative strategies to transform Africa's irrigation and drainage landscape. Nigeria, as the host country, possesses vast and untapped irrigation potentials. With over 3.1 million hectares of irrigable land, major river basins in the country, across the Niger and Benue, and a variety of wetlands and inland floodplain systems. We have the capacity to significantly boost agricultural production and enhance food security. Having identified this unique potential and the current food supply deficits, I declare through the renewed hope agenda of this administration a national emergency on food security. And this has further committed us to embark on various policies and programs for the development of irrigation infrastructure, promoting participatory irrigation management, and ensuring sustainable water resource utilization. Distinguished participants, our anticipation from this conference is to further strengthen the basis of our initiatives, provide insights into best practices applicable across the African region, and build our capacities to match with global relevant goals. I want to commend the organizers of this conference for carefully lining up several key activities that would deepen our discussions and drive actionable outcomes. Some of these activities to be featured during the conference include, but not limited to, the following: National Symposium to showcase Nigeria's irrigation journey, with discussions on participatory irrigation management, regulatory policy design, infrastructure development, and flood control measures. It will provide an avenue for learning from Nigeria's successes and challenges to replicate best practices in other parts of Africa. 2, high-level policy dialogue on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals within the context of transboundary water resources governance, irrigation funding, and expansion across Africa. This will engage key policymakers, development partners, and stakeholders to chart a course for sustainable water management and irrigation development across the continent, strengthening regional cooperation, leveraging technology and innovations, policy harmony and inclusive stakeholder engagement in management of our vast transboundary water resources across Africa. Going forward, the government has equally captured the teeming growing youths in the country in its plans by fully engaging them in discussions and encouraging their participation in areas that can enhance economic growth and development. The Young Professionals Forum is one of the platforms created to engage the youth. It involves the application of geospatial systems and artificial intelligence for sustainable irrigation agriculture. We are also encouraging all participants to visit the exhibition area where various irrigation industry partners are showcasing innovative products, services, and activities that are vital to advancing irrigation and water management across Africa. Finally, at this juncture, I declare the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage open and wish you all an impactful engagement throughout the period of this conference. I wish to once again welcome you all to Abuja, Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless you all.
And just before the SGF gets to his seat, we'd like you to please, sir, the SGF, sir, please would like you to come back on stage for a group photograph. We're going to have photograph now. Everyone on the front row and the visiting dignitaries would like you to please join the representative of the president for this group photograph. This signals the official opening of this event. Representative of delegates from other countries in Africa would like you to also please join. Former permanent secretaries would also like you to join for this group photograph.
Let us take the back row. Those of us that are tall.
Maybe because of space, we may do this in batches. So, are we good? Okay.
Thank you very much for all the comments. Glad you can write your number. Excellent. That's okay. Give it to my. So, thank you.
Okay. All right, now time for exhibition. The dignitaries will do that because we'll have time to go for ours much later, just because the SGF needs to leave us. So there'll be a 12-day exhibition right now. And you should do what? Engineer Agboje, you are to lead this. Not everyone in the hall, please. The cultural troupe will entertain us now. And then we have some other presentations to take place. So please, we'd like every other person to remain seated. Ushers, please do the needful. Thank you very much. And then for space, we may not be able to accommodate everyone at this time. So it's just the SGF and a few dignitaries that will join the SGF. Thank you very much. Okay, so can we have the cultural troupe now? By the way, we have a keynote address, which is coming up shortly, a keynote paper, rather, which will be done by the DG of IWMI, IWMI. And then we have a presentation which will be done by the Chairman, African Regional Working Group, Dr. Mohamed Abdel Monem Wahaba. Let's have the cultural troupe entertain us briefly. Ushers, please do the needful. This session is not ended yet. Thank you very much. Many thanks. Many thanks to the cultural troupe. Beautiful display there. Indeed, Nigeria is a land of vibrant culture, diverse ethnicity, and if, I'm sure you'd agree, it has a thriving economy also. For those visiting Nigeria for the first time, this is home to over 200 million people, where over 500 languages are spoken. And yes, like I already mentioned, you find one of the happiest people on planet Earth right here in Nigeria. Many thanks to the cultural troupe. Would have tea break shortly. But before we go for tea break, I'd like us to please listen to a presentation by Dr. Mohammed Abdel Monem Wahaba, who is the chairman, African Regional Working Group. Please, a round of applause for him. He joins us virtually, and the presentation will be on the screen. So I'd like the media team to please help us get Mohammed Abdel Monem for his presentation. Okay, it's going to be here.
Yes. Anything they press. Oh, no, I didn't want to be talking about this, touching this screen. That it has been set back to 0.
Engineer Archibong, I hear you can help us with the connection to Wahaba for his presentation, a short address. All right. If we cannot get the connection to all right, since we cannot connect with Dr. Mohammed Abdel Monem Wahaba at the moment, we'll go for tea break. When we come back, we'll have that address, and of course, we'll get into the paper discussion. Thank you so much for your time. Okay. All right, I'm being informed that tea break is 30 minutes, please, after which we're supposed to reconvene in this room, where we would have a paper discussion and then get a brief address from Abdel Monem Wahaba. Thank you very much. God bless you. Just in case you want direction on how to get to the venue of the tea break, the ushers would assist you. Okay, it's on the left, it's at the left end of this facility. If you need help, please ask the ushers. They're dressed in white and black. Thank you.
some dada. I go use some dada. Innocent in a bastard. How they see I'm judge. So if I do you wrong, I apologize. For the people who they sympathize, I got go make them larger. Some spiders. Make a wrong move, lose your life, make it hard for your mother to sleep at night. Street no love you right. Some people they for mortuary. Some people they for hospital. Count your blessing one by one. Sure bet yeah, time has come to lift our voices. Lift my voice in prayer. Dreadlocks are longer. I know say right now, now my time, I no go waste them rara. I go use them dada. I go use them dada. Innocentness in a bastard. How they see I'm judge. So if I do you wrong, I apologize. For the people who they sympathize, I got go make them larger. Some spiders. Make a wrong move, lose your life, make it hard for your mother to sleep at night. Street no love you right. Some people they for mortuary. Some people they for hospital. Count your blessing one by one. Sure bet yeah, time has come to lift our voices. Lift my voice in prayer.
All right. Please, we'd like the ushers to help us get everyone still having tea to get back in the room, because we're about to kickstart the technical session. The organizers of the event, please help us get people, dignitaries, delegates still having tea to get back in the room, please. Thank you. All right, we're about to get into the technical session now, and it's an honor to have with us a former minister in the Ministry of Water Resources, Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. It's an honor to have with us Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamu. A round of applause for him, please. And I'm reliably informed that he is the chair of this technical session. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. By the way, he was online, during the opening ceremony, and, had to come in physically because he's the chair of this session. Thank you very much, Engineer Suleiman Hussein Adamu, for joining us. We appreciate you. All right, so now let's get into the keynote paper presentation. Now, this session will be handled by quite a number of people, and I'm sure you're ready for this task. It's going to be detailed, it's going to be very educative. It's all that you need to hear at this point in time. And to do the introduction of the paper presenter is Mrs. Olufunke Kofi, who is the African Director of ICID, of IWMI, I think. Yes. So as she comes up, just to let you know that the paper presentation will be done by Dr. Mark Smith, who is the DG of International Water Management Institute. There will be a discussion question, and of course answers, which will be done by Engineer Professor Henry Igbadun, who has been on his toes all morning, or should I say all day, or even before today. He's been doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much, Engineer Igbadun. And of course, the discussants for this session include Professor S.M. Musa, Dr. Value N from the FAO, ICID President, and of course, Dr. Abolahon. I hope that's correct. Anyways, you're going to see all of them, and they're going to speak to you. So please now, let's put our hands together for Mrs. Olufunke Kofi as she takes the stage.
Thank you very much. You're welcome, everyone. Welcome from the short break. So it's my pleasure and privilege to introduce the lead speaker, the presenter of the lead paper, for this 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. He's the current Director General of the International Water Management Institute. He is a scientist and researcher. He worked several years. He brings with him more than 25 years of research and program management experience in water resources, in agriculture, in climate science and sustainable development. Before he joined the International Water Management Institute, he was a program leader, the global program leader for water program at the IUCN, International Union for Conservation of Nature. And there he led big programs, global programs, as well as delivery of several support to national and regional organizations and countries, scaling water system innovations all over the world. Before IUCN, he also was a research group leader at the CSIR in Australia. He also worked in the UK, so he brings along with him global experience, not only in the West, but also not only in the North, but also in the Southern, the global South. He has a PhD in ecology and resource management from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland. He also studied climatology from the University of Guelph in Canada. Before he became the Director General of the International Water Management Institute, he was Deputy Director General for many years. He is also the Senior Director for the water systems for the CGIAR system organization. For those of you that know, the Global Partnership for Agriculture in the World, the CGIAR. So it's my pleasure to bring to the podium Dr. Mark Smith, who is going to give the lead paper. Let's applaud him. Mark. Please do it well. It's my DG.
Yes. Okay.
One moment, please.
So this way. Next slide. This way. Okay. Thank you, Funke, for that introduction. And apologies for this slight technical delay. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to be here to give this lead paper for this conference. I want to start by giving my congratulations and my deep appreciation to the ICID, to the African Regional Group of ICID and the Nigerian National Committee on Irrigation and Drainage, and also to the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. My congratulations and appreciation for organizing this really important conference, the 6th African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. I'm honored too to be standing before you representing a fantastic team of IMI colleagues, and what I'm going to be presenting to you is their expertise and their ideas and their work. You see their names listed on the bottom half of the screen there. So let me get going. We have on the slides, the fonts have changed, so we'll see what that does to the slides, but I'm sure you'll be able to follow along. So what I thought I would do in the time that I have to present to you, as a way of kicking off and framing the theme of this conference, the discussions that will take place in this conference, and the theme of tackling irrigation development and water management crises in Africa, is to start by taking a look at what is the problem. What is the problem, the irrigation development in Africa has fallen short of its potential. And so let's turn this crisis into opportunity to overcome that. What are the policy frameworks and irrigation development pathways that have been set out? What's the way forward with those? What are the solutions that we can be working with, that we can weave together on these pathways forward? What is the role, in my view, the rather underestimated role that agricultural water management can play and should play also in the broader agenda of sustainable development, and how we need to come together, and I'll show you how we are aligned to the idea in IMI of collective action, coming together to work on these problems, and then I'll conclude with a call to action. The context for water management and irrigation in Africa is very difficult. There are a set of what we call wicked problems. These aren't unique to Africa in any ways, but that's our focus today. There are a set of what we call wicked problems. You see them on the screen here. Wicked problems that link, in complex ways, they link food security, so hunger, poverty, ecosystem degradation, and climate change. They link together the set of threats that there are to food security in Africa. They link together how the people who are facing hunger and exclusion from development and bearing the brunt, bearing the impacts of ecosystem degradation and breakdown, and the people that are most vulnerable to climate change and the need and the challenges of adaptation to climate change as the planet continues to warm. I call them wicked problems because they're all interconnected. They each influence the other. One influences the other. And the solutions that we use for each must work for all. So it puts the task of irrigation development and water management is inside that context of complex interconnected problems where solutions will be multifaceted and require creativity in the way that we use science, but also the way that science links to policy and policy drives investment, and how those things need to come together. So in the middle of this challenging context sits indeed the challenge of irrigation development. The potential for irrigation, it's not news, I know, to the audience gathered here. The potential for irrigation and development in Africa is very high. 39 million hectares is the estimate that we always read for irrigable land, the potentially irrigable land in Africa. Yet only 19% of that is under irrigation. And the majority of that, as we'll talk about a little bit later in the presentation, is farmer-led irrigation. So there are, as a result of that, suboptimal use of the large schemes for irrigation that have been built on the continent, and a consistent under-delivery, indeed, of production from those of the areas of irrigation that have been planned and under production in them. But water scarcity remains a major driver, all the same, of the yields and the gaps in crop yields that particularly smallholder farming systems across the continent are facing. So high potential, but a very challenging context. And the truth is, this challenge is getting harder. It's not getting easier. And this is a result of climate change, land degradation, and so on. So we have, as we've heard about already in the introduction, we have more drought. We have more frequent and severe floods, more exposure to floods. We have millions of people exposed to hazards from water risks every year in rural areas of Africa as well as urban areas of Africa. And where the continent is struggling with underinvestment in infrastructure for water and under-emphasis, less focus than is needed, on operation and maintenance for irrigation schemes for water infrastructure. And all of this holds the irrigation sector back. All of it further complicates those challenges of water management. So the result is a shortfall, as I've said, in irrigation sector development and performance, and this is holding back progress on the economic development, on progress in reducing poverty, progress in eliminating food insecurity. So a transformation is needed to attract new investment into irrigation, to attract new investments into the solutions that we need for what we can term fit-for-purpose water management, fit for purpose for that complex context that we've been talking about. So addressing Africa's water management crises requires an integrated approach that combines technological innovation, robust policy reforms, community-driven water stewardship, and a focus on inclusion to deliver benefits for all from irrigation sector development, from water management, including those without equitable access to productive water use. A transformation then that will weave together those components and help us build resilience against the impacts of climate change and climate variability that we know so well. Now, we have at continental level in Africa, there are a set of policy frameworks that set the priorities, that put in place the enabling environment, or they're there to put in place the enabling environment to catalyze investment to help tackle these needs. Agenda 2063 of the African Union aims to enhance water productivity in rain-fed and irrigated agriculture by 60%. It aims to ensure that at least 10% of rainwater is captured for productive use and recycle 10% of wastewater for agricultural and industrial purposes. The African Union in 2020 also published its framework for irrigation development, which prioritizes irrigation as a risk mitigation factor for building resilience. And I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. And then the recently launched CAADP 3 strategy and action plan for 2026 to 2035 stresses sustainable water management and irrigation development for agricultural development. It stresses the importance of climate change adaptation to build resilience in agri-food systems, and also the idea of catalyzing food system transformation through water. Because if we can, so it's recognizing that if in regions facing water scarcity, that if we can change access to water for women, for youth, for smallholder farmers, and increase productivity, increase capacity to manage water risks, we can drive up incomes, improve nutrition, improve health outcomes, generate jobs, improve access to employment, and that can be transformative. So water can be the catalyst and the trigger for that kind of transformation. So I want to go back then here to the 2020 framework from the African Union for irrigation development and agricultural water management. And it sets out 4 pathways for irrigation development. The first of those is improved watershed management and agricultural water management for rain-fed farming. The second is irrigation scheme development and modernization. The third, unconventional water use for irrigation. And the fourth, farmer-led irrigation development. These pathways recognize that smallholder farmers are the primary victims. They're the most vulnerable to climate-induced vulnerabilities, and that has significant impacts on their social and economic development and the environments in which they live and farm. It recognizes that Poor governance frameworks and underinvestment in sustainable water management are further exacerbating the problems that they face. And it says that priorities need to focus on, that the priorities and focus must be on overcoming the current gaps in investment, the current gap in prioritizing rehabilitation of the infrastructure that does exist and making best use of it. It emphasizes that what is needed is a holistic and transformative approaches that attract investment in and for irrigation development and fit-for-purpose agricultural water management strategies. Holistic because they combine the technical advances and innovations with social change is needed to make best use of those and equitable use of those, and the systemic changes, such as in the water, energy, and food nexus, that are needed to address the interconnectedness of that set of wicked problems that I outlined at the start. So this emphasis on holistic and transformative approaches comes through also very clearly in these frameworks. Oops. Okay, this isn't super easy to operate. That's taken me right to the end. Bear with me one moment. Okay. So, just wanted to stop at this point and share with you, what does this look like to us? What does this look like to IMI? We think that also solutions must target 3 critical outcomes. If we target these 3 critical outcomes, we as an institution can contribute to that broader agenda. And these 3 critical outcomes, which you see on the graphic in the screen, are mitigating water risks, managing water sustainably, and overcoming global inequalities. And they're driven by a set of 4 transformational levers that you see in the center of the graphic. So water data science, gender, youth, and social inclusion, scaling finance and investment, and water governance. And as we'll see, those come up as key enablers for the kinds of transformations that we're seeking. Okay, so that's a picture of the depth and breadth of the challenges that exist under the headline theme of this conference. So what's the way forward? That clearly needs to be our focus. What are the solutions that we can bring to bear on this complexity of challenges and problems? So what I'm going to do in the next set of slides is walk you through and outline a set of solutions that highlight our work at IMI, as well as the work that we do with a whole range of partners. And these address those 4 pathways of the African Union that I introduced, as well as the key enablers for progress on those pathways, which, as you'll see, they align very well with IMI's transformational levers. So the first, then, of the solutions that I wanted to highlight is relating to that first pathway, so watershed restoration. The example here is an example drawn from our work in Ethiopia, in a watershed called the Yewol watershed, where the focus was on supporting the restoration and revitalization of that watershed. So building terracing and introducing contour farming in the watershed to significantly reduce soil loss from erosion, so land degradation, leading to enhanced productivity from in rain-fed agriculture in the upper parts of the watershed, that improved management of the land and improved management of the watershed, helping to increase groundwater recharge, leading to a 5 times increase in the irrigable land, available in the watershed. And so creating and driving a set of new opportunities for those living in the watershed and farming the watershed, and particularly for young people developing businesses related to the new agricultural opportunities that stemmed from that process of restoration and revitalization of the watershed. So that's one of the pathways. The second pathway I wanted to highlight is here, and there's a lot of work that we and others here would be able to highlight on how we improve the performance of irrigation systems and what it takes to achieve benefits from investment in the modernization of those irrigation systems. The one I want to highlight comes from, this is work that we've done with the Office du Niger on the co-design and co-development of a set of indicators for irrigation system management and delivery of those indicators to the irrigation system managers as well as farmers. So it's about delivering data and information to help people target the right interventions, the right sorts of investments, the right changes in irrigation management in the right parts of the irrigation scheme in order to assist with that growth, that improvement in irrigation system performance. The third that I wanted to highlight, the third pathway is water reuse and recycling, and the opportunities that creates in innovation for and in integration of water management into circular solutions, circular economy solutions. So this is about using unconventional water for irrigation and promoting water reuse because that helps us enhance water security, it helps us improve soil fertility and support sustainable food production. Critically, water recycling also, it reduces pressure. It reduces pressure on freshwater resources, on freshwater systems, because then we don't take so much conventional freshwater out of the water system. Associated with that, though, is the opportunity to recover value from wastewater, to recover value from waste. So recycling nutrients, for example, into crop production, as is depicted on the screen, and closing nutrient and water cycles, and then building businesses around that, creating business models that people can use in order to generate income, generate value for them, for their households, for their communities, for the farming system that they're a part of. Critically, it's important to recognize as we look at the context of climate change that this helps us build resilience. As we recycle water, put less pressure on freshwater resources, put less pressure, improve soil management, put less pressure on soil management, enhance productivity in agriculture, we help build resilience as well. So IMI has done extensive work over many years now on advancing safe wastewater reuse through sets of global assessments, through support for policy development and technical support to various governments and partners and the FAO and so on, as well as working with WHO and FAO on formulating guidelines and standards for water reuse and recycling, which is a critical part of this because of the importance of ensuring safety as you recycle water. So I want to spend a few slides now looking at the fourth pathway from that set of pathways, and this is for farmer-led irrigation. So farmer-led irrigation is where local communities take the lead in investing and developing and managing their irrigation. It's a means of increasing productivity, also increasing resilience, as I mentioned before, enabling what are often, in many locations, ample groundwater resources that are not being tapped as to the extent they can, it relies on this idea, which I'll come to in a little bit as further on, this idea of socio-technical bundling of solutions. So bringing together the technical solutions alongside the institutional and social changes, engagements with markets and so on, that are at the core of making farmer-led irrigation work and be impactful. Alongside this embedded in this is the importance of governance and ensuring that institutions are in place so that communities are able to develop their irrigation sustainably and prevent overexploitation of the resource as well. IMI has been championing farmer-led irrigation development, for example, in Ethiopia, in Ghana, in Mali, and we work alongside, for example, the World Bank in supporting their extension of these models into other countries, including Madagascar, Angola, others that are in a list below, that the font has dropped below the screen there. Okay, so alongside farmer-led irrigation development are opportunities to introduce sets of innovations for improving the performance of irrigation in those schemes, improving the efficiency of water use in farmer-led irrigation as well. And so what you see on the screen are sets of innovations, some of which are, if you like, more reachable for farmers now. So working with chameleon sensors, which are highlighted in the photographs that you see, that help farmers allocate the right amounts of water at the right times, so optimize their use of water. Drip and micro irrigation technologies for water use efficiency, solar-powered pumping of water for irrigation, and the opportunities that creates also for enhancing energy security for rural communities. Alternate wetting and drying is another technique that's promoted in rice farming to reduce water use, reduce labor demand. And then there are more advanced innovations that we might look forward to in the future around precision irrigation and smart water management that integrates all kinds of data that's increasingly, as I'll talk about a little later, increasingly available for and accessible to a whole wide variety of users, including farmers with access to mobile devices. Also here, we should not forget about the potential to introduce systemic innovations, so related to the water, energy, food nexus and the way that works in farmers' fields and in rural communities, and in broader systems such as river basins, and innovations related to agroecology, so how we strengthen management of agriculture as an agroecological system, and the opportunities that opens up for crop diversification, for linking soil management and improvements in the way that nutrients are managed across farming systems as well. The final point I wanted to make about farmer-led irrigation is work that is ongoing about how we get to scale. As I said, farmer-led irrigation is irrigation development that's where the investment is, the development, management, and investment in irrigation is led by farmers themselves. So moving from that to the rollout of these models across millions of farmers across large areas requires process that we term here adaptive scaling. So we've worked on developing models for undertaking this kind of scaling, and this involves bringing together really multiple components of activities with multiple partners, including farmers and women's self-help groups, local government, the private sector, local financing institutions. So there's an element of adaptive scaling that's really a choreography of lots of different lots of different actors, and a choreography and a facilitation of bringing those together so that you can connect, as I termed it before, the introduction of these socio-technical bundles for irrigation to the changes in governance, the changes in institutions, the development of supply chains, the development of value chains and access to market that empowers farmers, that drives the investment that will make scaling work for farmer-led irrigation. I want to turn now to the set of enablers. Remember, alongside the 4 pathways, I said there were a set of enablers. And the first of those is gender, youth, and social inclusion. Now, it's clear that the benefits of development in general, but irrigation development, are not always equally distributed because of barriers in the systems, systemic barriers that exist and that people in farming communities may encounter. And it's key here also to recognize, as I touched on before, that it's inclusion that opens the door, that opens the opportunities for truly transformative investment. So unlocking, therefore, the full potential of irrigation to drive agricultural transformation, it relies on tackling inequalities of women and youth, of overcoming those systemic barriers to accessing irrigation resources. It unlocks the potential then for these systems to help provide more nutritious food, to help raise incomes, to develop, importantly, the forward and the backward and forward linkages between irrigation in the economy, so supply chains and value chains into markets. It opens the opportunities for creating entrepreneurship opportunities, to creating enterprise opportunities and job opportunities for young people, and for addressing the challenges that youth employment has for many African countries. So I wanted here to give an example of the way that we work with scaling of farmer-led irrigation and inclusion in scaling of farmer-led irrigation. So this outlines, the slide that you see on the screen outlines how you need to weave together those components for in the case of enabling access to farmer-led irrigation for women, and work that we do in IMI and our colleagues, our social science colleagues in IMI, undertake in really understanding, well, what are the barriers, what are the constraints that women farmers face in accessing the resources needed to enable them to drive the kind of investment that you need for farmer-led irrigation. And with identifying those barriers, understanding equally how that relates to different market segments, so different segments of the farming communities and the resources that they have, which may enable them to access different kinds of resources. Making sure that there's investment then in training and capacity building and the co-development of business models. So much of this work revolves around business models that are going to work for people and be adapted to the contexts that they're working in and living in and earning their livelihoods in. And then bringing finance into the development of irrigation, farmer-led irrigation, and working with financing institutions to help them design both the assessment of who's eligible for financing and what might be the models for financing that will work best for different subsets of those communities, so that in addition to just bringing to bear the benefits of new technologies, of new opportunities for irrigation, alongside that you're bringing to bear the benefits of opening the door to new kinds of finance that they can use to support their objectives for farmer-led irrigation. Which brings me, of course, then to the second enabler of inclusive finance, finance is obviously critical to the kinds of ways forward that we need to be building relative to irrigation sector development. It's a major barrier to be overcome. From experience, from policies, there's increasing priority on the benefits that can come from fostering public-private partnerships to help build private sector involvement, to attract private capital into investment in irrigation projects, to bring the expertise that private companies have, to bring the power that they have for taking innovation to scale, for connecting different components of value chains to markets, and so on. So they play a key role in public-private partnerships. In IMI, we work with supporting a variety of examples of those, a couple on the screen from Zambia and Ghana, and recognizing that within the challenge of overcoming barriers to finance, opportunities that may be available through blended finance systems, which are combining public funds with private capital as a means of really a de-risking investment for the private sector, and combining that with the long-term benefits of public support for development of the irrigation sector as well. The third then enabler I want to highlight is data and digital. Data has been really a chronic impediment to water management planning and investment, and that's especially true in Africa. But there are new technologies, as everyone's aware, there are new technologies in the digital sphere that are coming at us very, very fast, and they have high potential to close that data gap, and therefore open a whole new set of opportunities for irrigation development and irrigation management and water resource management in Africa to be data-driven, evidence-driven, and that holds great potential for helping to remove some of the barriers to progress. So we work in IMI on a program called the DIWASA, Digital Innovation for a Water Secure Africa, and that brings together a diversity of digital technologies to access different types of data and bring those together. What you see on the screen in the beautiful map of Africa relates to assessments that can be made from Earth observation, from satellite data of river discharge, and you can zoom in and get down into look at the way water's flowing in very small areas, technologies for monitoring crop water use, building the water accounts at national level, at basin level, at continental level, also at irrigation scheme level, so water accounts, knowing where the water is, how much you have, where it's going, what it's being used for, obviously critical data resource for planning and decision making and investment. Also, key importance are the application of these kinds of innovations to early warning, to flood and drought monitoring and early warning systems as well. So our DIWASA program has been building a set of these tools, integrating remote sensing, modeling, open data cube technologies, digital twins, which I'm going to highlight in a moment, and artificial intelligence technologies. And we do that in a whole suite of partnerships, importantly with Digital Earth Africa, with Enable, with our fellow institutes in the CGIAR as well. For irrigation sector development, these tools, the critical point about them is that these tools enable more precise targeting of investments, enhancing preparedness for climate extremes, and fostering sustainable intensification of irrigated agriculture. And they deliver data and information to support better governance and reduced investment risk. There's a, we're at the beginning, I think, of the revolution that the digital revolution that's coming at us, and the opportunities that that's going to open for us as we move forward on these kinds of challenges. So one quick example of that is irrigation suitability mapping. And the idea here is to be able to better match through spatial analysis that draws upon these kinds of data systems to better match water availability with land suitability, with technologies, with socioeconomic facilities, so that you can target which technologies go where, which investments should go where. The example you see on the screen is for the Vegetable Irrigation for Climate Resilience Toolkit, drawing upon these kinds of data resources. And this targets investment in vegetable production and making sure that that's developed in the right places within the limits of sustainable water use as well. Just highlighting water risk and the application of these technologies to water risks, because to unlock really the full potential of irrigation for resilience and food securities, of course, managing water risks is so fundamental. It's fundamental for farmers, it's fundamental for investors, it's fundamental for market development, for value chain participants, and such as suppliers and off-takers and so on, all face risks, and information and data can help to reduce those risks. The example you see on the screen is what we call the AWARE platform that's been developed by the CGIAR Climate Resilience Initiative. This combines an array of different data sources into dashboards that can be used for disaster management agencies, for government coordination, by local governments, by farmer organizations, and it provides access to contingency planning, helps to trigger early financing, helps to trigger anticipatory actions, for example, relating to drought or floods or other extremes that farming communities are facing. The final digital highlight from the digital enabler that I wanted to show you is an innovation that IMI's been working on over the last about 12 months. This is a digital twin for basin management. And this is a really interesting and potentially groundbreaking innovation for water management. So a digital twin is, on the one hand, it's a digital rendition of a basin. So you can, as you can see on the flickering pictures, you can then visualize a basin or the subpart of a basin or an irrigation scheme. But it's much more than visualization, because you can fold all kinds of data into the digital twin. So the digital rendition is a platform, and then you can fold all kinds of data on top of that. Satellite data, data from modeling, data from irrigation monitoring on the ground, data from urban water recycling, citizen science. You can fold all kinds of data in. And then on top of that, we've developed what we call the Water Copilot, which is an AI chatbot. And what that means is, with the digital twin, you've got the opportunity then for management agencies, for local government, for potentially farmers to ask real natural language questions that then accesses all that complexity of data to generate advice and answers to those questions. So potentially game-changing technology here, and moving fast. All of this stuff moves so fast. Okay, getting towards the end here. So those are a set of solutions that highlight what we can foresee is going to help us on moving forward in those for those transformative pathways that I highlighted. And they're complemented by support for changes in governance, by policy development and implementation as well. I wanted now to just spend 2 slides highlighting 2 wider issues. And the first of those is the one that you see on the screen, which is that agricultural water management and the kinds of innovations that we've been reviewing can be an enabler for wider progress in sustainable development. And this is because of the importance of remembering that if agriculture uses more than 70% of freshwater withdrawals worldwide, and in many countries, including a number of African countries, up to 90% of freshwater withdrawals are for agriculture, then solutions for agricultural water management, solutions that help us get more productivity out of that water, or even eventually reduce the amount of water that's used for agriculture. That has potential for catalyzing changes across the Sustainable Development Goals. Agricultural water management is linked intimately very often because of pumping and so on with energy solutions. So, so it provides us with, and this is what's on the screen, the basis for a nexus framework that links agricultural water management with energy, food obviously, and water security to the SDGs. So the integration with advances in agricultural water management, we can imagine catalyzing solutions across multiple SDGs relating to food, energy, poverty reduction, health, climate adaptation and mitigation, and so on. And then finally, a really critical topic that I haven't addressed so far, but we must take care not to lose sight of this. And this is the importance of ensuring that the irrigation development and the irrigation investments that we're now contemplating will be robust to future climate change. Because while irrigation contributes to adaptation and to resilience, we must also recognize that future hydrological regimes are very uncertain. They're full of uncertainties. They're very dynamic in ways that they haven't been in the past, which means that risks are increasing in ways that are increasingly difficult to even calculate. So therefore we must select irrigation development pathways that will be robust. They'll be robust in the future, meaning that they'll be successful in as wide a range of possible future hydrological and climate regimes as possible. So the graphic that you see on the screen is taken from a project that's just ongoing now that IMI is leading, that's looking to support irrigation development and rehabilitation in the Lake Chad region. So the process of analysis here integrates climate scenarios, assessment of future water accounts, and assessment of future water balances to test the robustness of different options for irrigation planning. Okay, I have 2 slides left, and this one is about our commitment. So our commitment as IMI in the context of all of the challenges and then the framework of ways forward that I've been outlining. We recognize that there is urgency, that there's a need to scale rapidly. Time is not on our side these days. As IMI, we bring knowledge, we bring research and innovation, but we don't work alone, and we can't work alone, and we can't address the scale of the issues in front of all of us if we work alone. So we must work through collective action. We have a strong focus on partnership. We have a strong core in our strategy for collective action, working together, working alongside the public and private sectors, alongside community-based organization and national research partners, alongside the broader CGIAR partnership network on a common framework of the kinds of changes that we seek to support and help to catalyze. So we're very proactive, and this conference is an opportunity for us to do more of that. Very proactive in connecting with stakeholders across scales, but also across sectors, given the interconnectedness of these challenges, to catalyze and manage change. That's the business that we are in as IMI. I just want to highlight on the map. So on the map you see a set of, those are the locations of our various offices. We are very privileged this week to be adding a new dot to the map, as we'll be opening an office here in Nigeria, hosted by our CGIAR colleagues, IITA. And I think Funke will be marking that this afternoon, right? At our session this afternoon. So, okay, let me then conclude. And my conclusion is with a call to action. This is a call to action. I showed you that list of colleagues, many of whom are here in the room and here with us this week at the title slide of this presentation. So this is their call to action, and one that I wholeheartedly support, which is that, as you see in the text, Africa has been held back by water scarcity, outdated infrastructure, and the ever-growing now threats of climate change. These challenges have hindered agricultural progress, and millions of smallholder farmers continue to struggle. But they do not lack ambition. And so now is the time for collective action, for us to come together and recognize that the crisis that we're addressing in this conference represents a set of opportunities to move forwards through well-targeted government investment, doing more to leverage private sector capital and private sector partnerships, working to bring together those holistic agricultural water management solutions that I outlined, leveraging applied innovation and applied research that the likes of IMI can bring to bear, leveraging the water solutions and innovations that are increasingly available, which we need to stitch together into those holistic solutions. At the core of this is making communities and farmers the driving force for irrigation sector development, and ensuring that collectively, by coming together, we can weave together all of these different components in ways that make the kinds of wicked problems that I outlined at the beginning, make them tractable and solvable, and recognize that irrigation development and water management can be a true catalyst for doing that. So thank you.
That's the DG of IOME. Yes, that applause is appropriate. Another applause, of course. Dr. Mark Smith, PhD. I'm sure from that paper presentation you would agree that we have all that we need gathered in this room to advance as far as irrigation and drainage is concerned in Nigeria and in Africa in general. Very detailed paper, if you paid attention to that. The last phrase, almost the last, of course, in the last paragraph, it talked about time for collective action. And that also resonates with what the ICD president said when he said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go very far, then we must go together. It's a call to action to every one of us here. Once again, a round of applause for Dr. Mark Smith for that beautiful presentation. I'd also like to mention, before we move on to the next item on the agenda quickly, that we have with us the former ambassador to Japan and the HOD of Agric and Environmental Engineering, University of Abuja, Ambassador Professor M.G. Yisa, with us this afternoon. Thank you very much. Most of these delegates joined virtually earlier and had to come in physically now for the technical session. Thank you so much. We also have former MDs of river basins present with us, so many of them. I can spot Engineer Salihu Ahmed, former MD of Bini-Obina River Basin Development Authority in this room. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Also, retired officers of Irrigation and Drainage Department, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation are also right here in this room. Thank you. We appreciate you for your presence. And just to quickly mention that the 4 patrons of NAINSEED are also present with us. Engineer Professor Zulum stepped out, before we had tea. And we have the remaining 3 patrons right here. And I'd like to recognize them quickly. Of course, the former Minister of Water Resources, Engineer Adamu Suleiman, is one of the patrons. Please, let's celebrate our patrons. You know, fathers are feathers with which we fly high. You know what they say, and patrons are like fathers. So, of course, we should appreciate them. Engineer Professor F.A. Adeniji, thank you very much. You're also with us. And Engineer I.K. Musa, who, of course, spoke with us earlier. Thank you very much to all our patrons. We appreciate you. We're also being told that we have the Commissioner of Water Resources from Sokoto State right here. Thank you. All other commissioners here present. Thank you very much. We have representatives from the NBA, LCBC, the chair of ICID Task Force on Water, Women Empowerment in Water Management, Dr. Najris from Iran. I did mention that much earlier. Thank you very much for coming all the way. I also want to appreciate the presence of Engineer Bashir Al-Khali, Oh, well, you know the way doctors write. For those of us who've been to the hospital, well, I seem to have a case here. So, but I'm sure he understands. From the Niger Basin Authority, thank you very much for joining us. Engineer Bashir Alkali, I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us. Like I said, all the MDs of river basins here present, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Now, let's quickly run to the next item. And yes, I would like to apologize to our foreign delegates. We keep the time in Nigeria. Yes, we're very committed to whatever it is that we do. And just to let you know that in the coming days, we'll ensure that we follow what the agenda says as regards timing. Thank you for your understanding. All right, so now the next item is to get to the panel discussion, and to moderate that is Engineer Professor Henry Igbadun. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes forward.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Please, let's appreciate the presenter, Dr. Mark Smith. I can't hear the hands. Thank you. We're going to have just a brief moment of discussion, and I'm going to have the discussants sit here. Please permit me to ask Engineer Professor S.M. Musa from ATBU Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. He is the co-chair of the technical committee. Please hop here for time's sake. I want to ask Dr. Valet of Food and Agriculture Organization from the regional office in Ghana, upstage here. Also, please permit me, Dr. Mure Agbolanho from the African Union Commission, and then our own, Engineer Saliu Ahmed, the immediate past Managing Director of the Bini Owena River Basin Development Authority. Please appreciate them as they come. Please, let's hear the hands the more. Oh, come on, can we hear the hands? Can we hear that keeps the place alive? There is a chemistry that is in clapping. It produces some vibrations that can get your blood working, and it can give you healing also. Come on, let's hear the hands. All right, thank you very much. Thank you. This is not going to be long. Earlier we thought we could go for about 30 minutes, but we've already eaten into the time for the parallel session, so we will just do it for at least between 15 and 20 minutes, if you don't mind. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. And there is just one one issue for discussion. We've had the presentation, but looking at the main theme of this conference, tackling irrigation development and water management crisis in Africa. And the presenter had given us very interesting pathways. Since I have the discussant, so I wouldn't want to go into, but then what is it? What do we take home from here? What do we take home from this presentation? And I think we'll just take the turn from a professor here, and then we just go one by one to that end. What do we take home and from the presentation? What should we go from here to begin to do? And I wish we all give attention to this. All right, sir. So, Professor S.N. Musa.
Thank you very much, the moderator. First of all, let me use this opportunity to appreciate the presenter for a well-researched and detailed presentation on some of the irrigation development and water management crises we are facing in Africa. Just like the moderator was saying, we don't have much time, but let me say that I want to just enumerate about 10 takeaways that I have noticed personally on my own. First, I want to say that we realize the potentials for irrigation in achieving food security, but that the takeaway is that irrigation, not only in Nigeria but in Africa as a whole, has fallen short of its potential to bring about food security in Africa. So that's what the first takeaway that we have from the presentation. Secondly, we are talking about the fact that investments in irrigation is very costly. And that is a fact too, because we want to really fight hunger. We want to fight poverty. We want to fight issues related to insecurity. And production of food is very, very important. And for us in Africa, achieving that has entirely, well, not entirely, depends on irrigation to increase on food production. But the rate at which we are spending money per unit area of irrigation development is much higher in Africa than in most parts of the world. So that's one of the things to take away, and that we'll make use of it to ensure that we try as much as possible to change our ways of doing things to ensure that investments per unit area of irrigation is brought down so that more lands will be taken into irrigation. The third is that, of course, irrigation has the potential to bring about food security, but the current environmental problem of climate change is exacerbating the problem. While we are fighting for improving food production, climate change is also pulling us backwards. So we have to also find ways of tackling the issues of climate change, building the resilience of the farmers, as well as even the public sector that is trying to make investments in irrigation sector. So climate change is one of the major challenges which we also have to work very hard to ensure that we adopt proper techniques and processes that will mitigate the climate change and bring about resilience in food production. Therefore, there is the need for a holistic approach to this, realizing the fact that irrigation has the potential to increase food security, but we are having challenges with climate change. The presenter has given us a few areas of concentration, which include improving our water management, both at the field and at the catchment levels, which is very, very important. In order to make irrigation efficient, we need to increase our irrigation water application efficiencies. We need to also improve on the use of alternative water sources, like water reuse, recycling of wastewater, so that we can improve on the availability of water to farmers, not only depending on rainfall or borehole water that is depletable. We also should take away a fact that without innovations and the new technologies that are now currently available, we may not be able to achieve the potentials that irrigation has in its in the sector, because the application of innovative technologies would help us to bring out more food or more crop per drop, like they say in the balance, that you produce more food from the little available water that you have in order to improve on efficiency and food security. That's our takeaway number 5. And our takeaway number 6 is actually the issue of capacity building. I realize that, yes, you can have all the gadgets, you can have all the innovations, but if the farmers and the operators of the irrigation schemes and fields are not properly trained and are not skilled in the use of this equipment, it may all run to nothing. In the end, we need to do a lot of capacity building, not only for the farmers, but also for institutions that are responsible for managing these irrigation schemes. So quickly, to move on, he has also spoken on the issue of unlocking the potentials of youth and women. I remember in the last 2 days, we have been having programs for the youth and women development. And in fact, in this conference, we also have a separate session for women entrepreneurs in irrigation management. So I think Nigeria is on course in this, and we want to encourage more investments and encouragement in that particular area of investment or pathway to ensure that irrigation takes its proper place in the development of Africa in general. He has also discussed in detail about data and digitalization, our digital solutions. These are key to the recent developments in irrigation development. It will affect or it will help in both management of irrigation at the field level, at the scheme level, and even at the project levels. Because without data, you may not be able to take the right decisions. So right decisions needed to be taken using data. And one of the major problems we have is in generating the relevant data for us to be able to use. Digital data generation may be costly and therefore very difficult to obtain. But all the same, efforts must be made to ensure that this age of digitalization, nobody is left behind, especially those of us that are in the irrigation subsector.
Can I ask you to just add one more?
I can give you one more or two. One is the issue of sustainability, and then the issue of collaboration. He has emphasized the fact that we need to have robust policies and programs and frameworks that would be able to take us through the crisis of irrigation, water management, and development in Africa. And of course, collaboratively acting in that way will help us greatly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we'll just come this way, Dr. Valet. If we just keep it to some 3 minutes or thereabout, then, sure. But please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, moderator. I take the opportunity to thank the presenter. The presentation was quite clear and full of information, and very useful to follow. I have also some points. I'm trying to have almost the same like him, although we have captured the same, since the same message, maybe differently. One is that we are only irrigating 19% of what we should. That is a problem. Because if we want to produce more food, we should be able to irrigate more. He went through it and then in a very precise way. I will not repeat it. But even the 19% we have, that is the second message. Irrigation performance, irrigation systems performance is very, very poor. Then comes the problem of how do we even use the 19%. He was quite generous because in the FAO we were talking about 12% in Africa, and then 6 to 4% in sub-Saharan Africa. It is quite small, quite low. Then the performance lead to the poor performance lead to frequent rehabilitation. Even if it is 20,000 per hectare to develop, sometimes you see where they are doing it's a rehabilitation. So one scheme in a span of 20 years might take 50,000 per hectare in terms of investment. So the performance is necessary. I liked also the water reuse and the recycling. This is key because it brings in also new concept. Hydroponics, aquaponics. Those are systems that are recapturing the water reuse and the recycling without really going into very difficult technologies. But yet, even those ones, when we have a municipality water and then the reuse will be really to look at because it's a lot of water already mobilized that can be reused. It's really something good. When we talk about smart irrigation solution, that is the fourth one. This goes on precise irrigation. This goes on new technologies, drip irrigation. This goes on localized irrigation. Those are technologies that are not that much, yes, to be promoted for food production, but also for water use efficiency. We have the concept of water, energy, food, and ecosystem or environment. This is another concept to be looked at, because it's only this way that those who were not normally in water development will come in, because we have to bring them in. It's something really to take as important. It's a takeaway, it's a lesson. We are talking about redesigning asset-based finance. You know, to access finance is not easy. I have seen an example, just one example. In the country of Rwanda, the rural area were not having really much of asset to put to the bank. But the government decided to register land to the owners. Then with only a paper of your land, because it has a value now, you can go to the bank and get money. Initially, it was not possible. You can imagine how much money can be mobilized in a rural area only by taking that asset as collateral. So there might be more examples. I was just giving that one where people were all of a sudden having asset to put as a collateral in the bank to access finance. Of course, by going into it, you will get more examples. Another one is the de-risking investment by private sector operators. Sometimes we want private to invest into agriculture, but there are so many risks that the banks don't want to go in, and the private will not have enough funding to cover the risks. But if the government chips in and then get those risks they own, the private will be able to go into the investment. Again, I give an example. If you have 18,000 hectares where a big canal is required, the government chips in and then does the big canal for water availability. It was the same also the Chinese to irrigate the desert. They were availing water at the farm gate. And you will take your water into your farm without having those problems of intakes and then water availability and then other management. You will just pay for the water used at the farm without having all those. So this is an example of de-risking the investment by private sector. Then they only take the risk really they can control. Yeah, I finished. Capacity building. Capacity building is a key. You see all those media, they are now on water, but tomorrow they will not be. We need capacity building in each and everything. Water is not only engineers with the canal, with the pipes. We have lawyers, we need those into it. We need social workers, we need journalists, we need every sector in water. The last one, it's beyond agriculture water management. Then we're talking about that. But do we think about beyond? That's where others will come. Beyond agriculture water management, what else? What will bring people in to think that they will not only stay in that, because that one we know every 5 years we go and rehabilitate. But we should look beyond, and then it will help us to take it longer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lay of FAO, Dr. Monray of African Union Commission. We just hit it so that we'll be done soon with this. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you, moderator. Also, let me thank Mark for that very informative presentation. I think the papers said everything about irrigation development. I'm also very happy that you actually flagged the farmer-led irrigation development. If you look at the continent in the last, let me say 10, 15 years, the highest increase in irrigated area has come from farmer-led irrigation. So it is good to really focus on that, and I'll be speaking more on the farmer-led irrigation. Why this is peculiar is that the farmer-led irrigation is market-driven. It's market-driven, and it is the farmer taking charge of their development agenda. They operate the scheme, and they manage the scheme, so they finance it. So it is very flexible, and they can easily adapt it to their cropping pattern. So, but it is unfortunate that in many parts of the continent, this scheme, this farmer-led irrigation development, is often criminalized. Small farmers are often exempted from abstracting water, and this is a major drawback on expanding farmer-led irrigation. So there's a need, for national government to have in place policy prescriptions that will actually encourage farmer-led irrigation. If it is well managed, and I feel it makes economic sense for smallholders to manage their schemes. Like I said, it is market-driven, they target market, and most time it is in the peri-urban area, so they have high returns for their production. So I really want us to see, going from here, how we can encourage member states, countries to put in place national policies, strategies to take on board the farmer-led irrigation. Then the issue of capacity has been addressed by the two previous speakers, but we must always flag it. There's need for capacity because the gaps is quite large. There's a need to develop capacity in irrigation. If you look at the whole of Southern Africa, I think the number of irrigation engineers, they are reducing, apart from Zimbabwe that is actually giving us some engineers in irrigation. But in Southern Africa, we don't have a lot of irrigation engineers. So there's a need to build capacity, and this aspect, the African Union Commission is doing a lot in terms of building capacities in irrigation. Then the issue of also this myth that if it is not large scale, if you don't have canals, if you don't have concrete structures, it is not irrigation. I think we need to go away from that. No. Yes, it is not. It doesn't have to be big scale, because we find that in terms of the economic returns, it's very difficult, very expensive to manage large-scale irrigation schemes. So there's a need for us to look at how we can, and in Mark's presentation, he was talking about the issue of socio-technical considerations. We need to look at, for each country, the peculiarities. If the peculiarities for small scale, let us see how we can develop small scale. It's not every time to think that you must have canals, primary canals, secondary canals, and large pumps to do irrigation. No, we can do irrigation. Also, in terms of the social inclusion, attracting youth in, we have found out that youths are leaving agriculture. They are not interested in agriculture because of that stigma. It is dirty job. But now we find out that developing irrigation value chains, there are ways you can attract youth into it. At the Commission, we are trying to see now how we can use greenhouse technology with irrigation to encourage youth in. Because we find out that young ladies in the continent, youth, they want to grow, they were more interested in greenhouse technology. So if you put greenhouse technology with a little of irrigation, maybe from reuse of water, they are more interested in it. So these are models that we can use to attract youth for that social inclusion. Then also, from Mark's presentation, also very good, they need to focus on farmers. They need to focus on farmers. It's very clear there's a need to. All that we do must be how well will it fit into the farmer's production system. There are models. A very good example is in Egypt. The government encourage them to grow wheat, and they pay premium price for the wheat, so 70% of what the farmers produce. We can also do that in other parts of the continent. You understand? We give premium prices for irrigation projects and also for off-takers also. There's also a model for off-takers in Kenya that I've seen that is working. Most of these supermarkets, these big value chains, supermarket chains, they go to farmers as off-takers, and they insist that you must have one form of irrigation in your farm before we can off-take your products. And that is to ensure that they have a regular supply of produce. So then the use of wastewater, we still have a lot of challenge with acceptance there. but I think IMI is doing something, and I think there is an FAO standard on reuse of wastewater. So these are things that the countries can take on board to build their irrigation development. So let me stop here because others that I have here, our colleagues have mentioned them. I don't want to go over. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So the last, not the least, it's our own Engineer Saliu Ahmed. As I told you, he's the immediate past Managing Director of the Benue-Owena River Basin Development Authority. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much for my inclusion on this panel. It's indeed a privilege, and I want to appreciate and thank IMI for their support to this regional conference holding here in Abuja, Nigeria. My contribution will come only by what I will classify as three major takeaways from the presentation. One is that if irrigation is to be successful, the purpose of which I think is to produce more and better with less, especially in the midst of an increasing population globally, where land is also not increasing, and of course with the consequent pressure on water resources, this need to find innovative ways to produce more and better, cannot be overemphasized. The presenter talked about watershed management, and I think, especially in this area of climatic challenges, that is key. Yes, there is pressure on land, but we can, if we appreciate the fact that, our entire existence depends on water and how we manage it, then we must be careful with how, we manage the catchment areas of our various water bodies in order, to reduce the rate of siltation and therefore reduction of the capacity of the natural water courses. That's one thing for me. Secondly is the idea about technology and its adaptation, especially at the level of the smallholder farmer. For me, that's very important. Technology, yes, may be good, but if it is not adaptable to the smallholder farmer in a bid to make it possible for him to be able to produce, at a cheaper cost, then of course, the cost of his output will still be within, outside the affordability of the population, and therefore the purpose of irrigation, which is to be able to produce more and better with less, will be defeated. Those for me are my two major takeaways. Of course, he also talked about social inclusion. And there's this talk about making agric sexy. So that our youths and our women, can identify with what it means, to produce food, for the sustainability of the larger population. Thank you very much.
All right, we're going to give, just because of time, maybe not more than 10 minutes. I would like to keep it at 5, possible. I'm sure there are other questions or just an area you need clarification from the audience. So we will give you opportunity. Permit me to stand now. What you do is, if you raise your hand, I will give you a number, and we will just do that together. Okay, from the front, number 1. Okay, number 2. Daddy Ike, number 3. Number 4. 5 beside you. I come here quickly. Number 6. Number 7. Wow. Number 8. Number 9. Not more than 10. Okay, thank you. But please, just ask the question straight, and we will take all the questions together, and then there will be just 1 or 2 responses to the questions. So please be specific to the question.
Just so we can save time, so once number 1 is done, would like number 2 to just quickly step forward, because it may be a bit cumbersome, having to move the mic around, please. Your name, your designation, and the question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Ambassador Engineer Professor Mohamed Gana Issa. Thank you very much, Dr. Yes. Mine is a comment, not really a question per se. You mentioned the issue of precision irrigation, and along the line you also mentioned the issue of data gathering. So I want to say that to practice precision irrigation, you need data. And this offers us, especially those from universities, the opportunity to engage in collaborative research, because you need data on the soil, you need data on the crops that you grow, you need data on the water that is available. If we are to manage the water and apply only the quantity of water that the crop needs. So we need data in all these areas. And I do hope that from here, rising from this conference, such collaborative research actions will develop. Thank you very much for the opportunity of your lecture.
Thank you very much. My question is simple. It's on salt problem, salinity problem. Because we talk of efficiency in water use, and we know we're veering away from the water wasting method, which is the surface irrigation. We go to sprinkler, then we go on to micro irrigation. But I can tell you one thing, the salt problem could be a major one that you should not lose sight of on the micro irrigation. Because of the nature, the method of application of water, say with trickle and drip irrigation. So salt problem should not be forgotten. Thank you.
All right. My name is Engineer Ike Musa. Please, I stepped out for some time. And first, let me recognize the wonderful paper by a DG. I'm a little bit worried each time I hear us talk about all this, and we forget the critical thing that has hindered any progress in Africa: political will. A lot of the time, we have never lacked beautiful plans. AU have come up with beautiful plans. They will all go and they will sign the declaration, and that's where it ends. The next set of leaders will now go and bring another one, because they don't want to be seen to have ignored the previous one. They will coin it differently, but it contains the same program, and they will make sure they don't do it again. So, believe it or not, no matter what we do, unless there is political will, it will all amount to nothing. I, for one, have been involved in this thing for more than almost going close to 40 years now, and we've seen it all. They make all kinds of promises at conferences like this. As soon as they go back and you come with the issue the next time, they will tell you, where am I going to find money? But things that are so inconsequential, when they come to them, they find the money, because that's what is important to them. And I think we need to stress it, because we have opportunity now to say it and capture it in our take-home, especially in the summary report. Thank you, sir.
Please, we're already giving number. If you were not giving number, please don't come. So let's just, please hit the question. And if it is a comment, please hit it. We want to finish this session so that we go to the next thing. Thank you very much. Please.
Good day, everyone, and all protocol observed, please. I'm Engineer Adeniran Oluwaseyi, Department of Irrigation and Drainage, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. I appreciate the comments of our leaders on the high table. But I want to dispute that irrigation is not doing a lot. Irrigation department is doing what she can do. But there is restriction of funding. The funding will come halfway, and then you will not be able to complete your project. Sometimes the project will have to go back and you start all over. So, I would not say irrigation is not doing its best in Federal Ministry of Water Resources. Under the leadership of Engineer Mrs. Ronke Oluni. And then the second thing is that one of the presenters, I have three, the presenter said water sharing. Water sharing is a problem. We did not discuss the problem of irrigation. There is conflict management in irrigation. Some other people upstream, they stop the water and disallow water to go downstream. So those people downstream, they are going to be deficient. So I want us to address that issue as well, and the matter of water sharing. Thank you very much.
Next person, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Martin Eduwe from the National Water Resources Institute in Kaduna. We had FADAMA 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when you talk of real irrigation, I think that project has been one of the best so far, and that was because it was supported by the World Bank. I'm thinking that we can replicate that using our own resources. And I think if we follow the process of the FADAMA, we'll move forward in terms of irrigation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Engineer R.A.K. Jimon. I retired as one of the directors of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources in Nigeria. Two areas I'm not sure I had talked about. One, the role of extension workers in disseminating research findings from research institutes or universities onto the farmers in the field. This is very key. Maybe I missed it, maybe it was mentioned. So I think it's very important to take note of it. That's number one. Number two, the issue of participation or active involvement of subnationals in a federation like Nigeria, not to leave everything in irrigation development only in the hands of the central government, that's the federal government, is very key. Like in Nigeria, we have 3 tiers of government: the federal government, the state government, and the local governments. Most of the work in irrigation development in Nigeria now is concentrated in the hands of the federal government. And I think it's important to emphasize the need for the states and local governments to always also key in. So I think this needs to be recognized. Thank you very much.
Okay, we actually, to save time, we've asked those who want to either make comment or ask questions to just write, and I will read them out so that those that are questions, they could be responded to. Those that are comment, we just take note. Now, there is this that had to do with problem of sustainability. Observed here is that projects in Africa usually die after the development partners have left. So how different are we, is it? Oh, thank you very much. This is from Professor Zenash Usunde, Federal University of Technology, Mina. So how do we sustain some of these projects that HIMI is doing or suggesting that we should run? Is that the only one? Okay. So the presenter may like to respond to this. This is a question. So what is the mode for sustainability? We take the questions and then you can respond. Okay. The African Director for Research Impact, Dr. Olufunke Kofi, will be responding to that. All right? Is there any other? Oh, okay. Okay. I think the person sat here. Okay. This question is from my own teacher, Professor M.A. Oyebode. In Nigeria, in particular, we have weak capacity for enforcement of legislations. Very true. For instance, watershed management require development of guidelines and around dams. So what is being done about this? I think those are the two questions. That's right. Okay, thank you. So I think this second question, we may go straight to the irrigation and drainage department. What's been, or integrated water management commission, what's been done about water management guidelines and all of that? Okay, so please welcome Dr. Kofi up here. How do we sustain some of these projects that IMI is either doing or proposing to be done to move Africa forward?
Okay, thank you very much. Just as we do in other countries where we work, we don't work alone. And when in any country where we get to, we try to understand who is working where, who has expertise, what is the institutional arrangement, what is the setting, what is the demand, and where are the needs, where are the opportunities, where are the entry points for us to work. So when we define something, we do it collectively with the ultimate beneficiaries. I give an example. We've been working on, let me just use a very local example in Nasarawa State, where we've been working to understand the watershed, the challenges they have, and how we can respond to that. So we work with the local communities. And we only bring our expertise. We use our GIS expertise. We did all the hydrological surveys and everything. We brought in citizen science. We engaged in community dialogue, focused group discussions to understand the problems. And then together we co-designed what we called an inclusive landscape management plans. That is what they want, how they want their landscape to is their own. So it's a community-led kind of thing that we did with them. And then they made the plans that, okay, these are the things that they want to have in the landscape. And we saw one opportunity. For one of them is about dry season irrigation, of course. And based on what we have done and the results of the work, we help them to introduce them to shallow groundwater using tube wells and all that. So it has become their own. So it's not like a hit and run kind of thing, but we look at the opportunity to identify the NGO that is working with them, build their capacity, and let this be mainstream into their normal agenda. So we've been working in Nigeria for some years, and I said that in the 90s, IMI introduced the concept of participatory irrigation management. To today, I think it's still effective. Engineer Ike Musa, yeah, he's saying yes, it's still on. Of course, things may have evolved. We may have to begin to think about a different model, but then we worked with the ministry at that time, and it came to stay. So our re-entry into Nigeria and to have an office here is also for us to be closer to the people, closer to the problem, and help to develop sustainable solutions. I hope that answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can you put your hand together for her? All right, Mama, you're welcome. There's a question on ground which we would please like to hear what is the strategy. And it had to do with the fact that we have weak capacity for enforcement of legislation. And that, for instance, water management will require development of guidelines, especially around dam, irrigation schemes, and all of that. So what is the ministry doing about this? So I thought you could throw light on that, and then maybe someone from the Integrated Water Management Commission, maybe two of you. Please, who is from, is the DG here or any of the directors? Okay, you come and then.
Thank you very much. For us, what concerns us more is irrigation water. We are collaborating with the various stakeholders and other water users in irrigation water management generally, with the ideas and the model of transforming irrigation management in Nigeria. The Water Users Association are now being built up. We've done many workshops around the country. We have done 4 in the southwest, southeast, north central, and then the southeast, to sensitize the farmers on the need to establish Water Users Association in all our irrigation projects. These farmers are being trained and are being equipped with the necessary knowledge that will enable them to manage water more effectively. While the River Basin Development Authority are concerned with the hydraulic structures from the earthworks to the main canal when it is surface or the mains, the other parts from the secondary level to tertiary level is being managed by the water users. So this training enables them to only use water based on the amount that is required. They don't use water anyhow. You know, gone are the days that farmers think the more water you have for your crops, the better. But it is not the case. So they are now aware that they only give enough water, just water required by the crops, so that they can, you know, come up with the required output maximally. You know, the crops, the yield, you know, is not based on the amount, the quantity of water applied. So this has been made possible with the outcome of the impact of the Transforming Irrigation Water Management project. And as mentioned in the morning, this project is now going to the second phase, but it's not more trimming, but sustainable power for irrigation in Nigeria. And this time around, all states are given the handshake to show interest. Many states, not less than 20, if not more, they have shown interest and they have been cleared, you know, on the projects that are presented. So it's not only federal projects, it's throughout the country. So the states are into it, the local governments are into it, and the federal projects too are being considered. So I'm happy the former National Project Coordinator of Trimming, Engineer Peter Manjuk is here. So we welcome you. Thank you. So this is what we do, and we continue to do it. We are also relating with the politicians, the National Assembly, our Senate Committee on Water, and the House Committee on Water. So with this, we'll be having a more impactful water management structure in the country. Thank you.
Appreciate our Director. Integrated Water Resource Commission. Somebody there? Okay, please come quickly. Please come quickly. It's about development guidelines. Okay, let me come to you.
Engineer Professor Henry Igbadun, I've been told to tell you that you have 2 minutes left for this session.
Okay, sorry, Mama. 2 minutes left, so I must round it up and hear him since he's already out.
Okay, good afternoon. As regard to the water management, the guidelines, I think the Commission has done a lot concerning water management. There is a document that we produced that is a guideline for dams safety. And the Commission also developed a catchment management plan. So based on that, we look at the catchment area, the available water within, so that based on allocation, we can allocate water to various sectors, including irrigation. So in every catchment, we have a water allocation plan. So based on that, we could be able to know the available water within the catchment so that it can be allocated to various sectors. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. My 2 minutes now begins. All right, sorry about that. There is an issue here which I will just quickly respond to. And particularly, there's a question here, and I think I have the answer, so I'll just deal with it. In Nigeria particularly, there are this gap because you have engineers, all workers in those who are well-trained, retiring, and then there's a huge gap in filling their place. And that's what the question is about. And I think effort is going on now. And I think the different river basins and all of that, they should concentrate now on seeing how to recruit people and then training. And that's why the essence of capacity building is on. Now, there is, I'm going to hand over to you. I think Madam has spoken to you about something.
Young professionals.
Yeah.
Can also have a minute.
Okay, so young professionals, young water professional, is anybody there with a question? You have a question or comment? Please, if you do, the ICID president actually requested that we give you opportunity to ask question or comment. So if you do, run down quickly. But meanwhile, while she's coming, I want to appreciate this discussants. Thank you very much for doing a very good job. You indeed followed critically the presentation, even though I just came on you before the program started. Please help me appreciate them as they go. Please.
There will be photograph before they step down. Photograph.
Okay. So
the discussants will have photograph, and of course, we'd like our foreign delegates to join them, as well as our patrons still present.
I'm just trying to hit the time, so now, since you have a question, let's come. And please, let's hit it and go.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gift Amazu from, I'm a copper from the Ministry of Water Resource. From the Ministry of Water Resource and Management. Sanitation, please, under irrigation and drainage. I have a question. Since we have private sectors here and partners, so my question is, what is the role that private-public partnership can play in financing irrigation? We went to a farm yesterday, that's the young professionals, and one of the things the man complained about, that's the owner of the farm, he complained about irrigation, it was a very big hectare, and he needs a lot of water. So, and he said sometimes, even when he goes out to meet and partners and they agree, at the end of the day, they don't get it. So, and he really needs irrigation, he needs water in his farm. So the question is, again, what does the private and public sector, apologies please. Yeah, what is the role that the private-public partnership can play in financing irrigation? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. It's good we gave you the opportunity. Please, Munre, just address this in 1 minute.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Not just the PPP, but also somebody talked about that in Nigeria, most of the irrigation work is at the federal level. I think the problem here is that if you have an irrigation development strategy, you have different roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholders. Maybe that is what is missing. You need to revisit that. It is an irrigation development strategies where you have outline roles for the private sector, for the federal government, for the state government, for the local government, that will address that. Chair, there was also a question on salinization, salinity, but I think the issue is that I think maybe we'll have to learn from the arid countries, especially the North Africans. Morocco is here, Egypt is also here. They actually plant drainage before irrigation because the drainage is also to help to clean the feed of salt. So, and also in terms of crop selection, if you select your crop very well, you will not have this challenge of excess salt in the soil. But in the southern part of Africa, where you have a lot of rains can also help in reducing the salinization. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please help me appreciate. Can I hear your hands? Let me appreciate the discussant. Okay, madam, I hand over to you with all joy.
Thank you very much.
You can have us down for the picture. Thank you.
All right, please, a round of applause for Engineer Professor Henry Igbadun. I'm sure you agree he did a great job with that session. But we'll have photograph now. I would like the panelists to please rise and have photograph. And then we want foreign delegates to join them, as well as all our patrons, please. We can do that quickly. And just to let you know that there's an exhibition stand, and you're free to check out what is available there. The exhibition stand, if you need directions, the ushers will help you. The ushers will help you get, around that concerning the exhibition. And then while that session was on, can we have the photograph, please? While that session was on, we had join us Queen Professor Emeritus Hajarat Adeyeye, the National President, Agro-Allied Commodities Cooperatives of Nigeria Limited, and Agro-Allied Group of Companies under the Federal Department of Cooperatives, Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. Many thanks for joining us, Professor Emeritus, and also Queen Hajarat Adeyeye. We do appreciate you for your presence. Of course, joining her for this event is Otumba Olaniyi George Adesuyi, the National Secretary of the National Agro-Allied Commodities Cooperatives of Nigeria Limited. Please, a round of applause for them. Thank you very much. It's about time to have lunch, but just before we have lunch, I've been told there's a criteria for lunch. I'm going to ask a question. Whoever gets it right gets access into the venue for lunch. Does that sound good? It doesn't sound good. Okay, I'll still ask the question anyway. Who can tell me the similarities? Since we're talking about water, what's the similarities between island and the letter T? Quickly. Just a quick brain teaser. Whoever gets it may get 2 plates, or something more. Can we do that quickly? Who can tell me? An island and letter T, they have something in common. What is that? Island, I-S-L-A-N-D, and the letter T, as in the alphabet. They have something in common. What could that be? I should take the prize. It's really a big prize. Can someone try? Island and letter T, what do they have in common? Water. Just water, I don't understand. So how does T connect with water?
Yes. My name is Abdul Karim Ibrahim.
Okay.
I'm part of the young professionals.
Fantastic.
So both of them are running away from the water.
They are what?
They are running away from the water.
They are running away from the water.
As in they are above the water, they are at the high level.
Above the water, that doesn't quite do it. So one more try. The Gen Zs shouldn't answer because I don't trust the Gen Zs here. Okay, someone is trying to give a response.
The connection between island and letter T is test.
No, that's not correct. All right, before we go for lunch, you can think about that. We have just a quick address, and this address will be done by the African Working Group Chair, Dr. Mohammed Abdel Monem Waba, Chairman, African Regional Working Group. He would brief us shortly. That will be on the screen because he joins us virtually. So should I give the answer while that connection is being done? Island and letter T. Speak if you have the mic.
All right. Island is in the midst of water, and T is in the midst of the spelling water.
Fantastic. A round of applause for him. So you're being marked. Not to worry. Your prize will get to you. Something really huge. There'll be more brain teasers like that, so get ready. So it's, is the Chairman African Working Group ready? Can we have that connection, please, as quick as possible?
Hello, you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Dr. Wahaba, please go ahead. Please, a round of applause for him, by the way, just to let him know we're ready for him.
Yes, good afternoon. Hello? Hello?
Dr. Wahaba, we can
Hello?
hear you.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead. It looks like there's an issue with this connection. Can we fix it? Is the media team ready with this connection? Just so we can move on. Can I get a response? Is the connection with the chairman of the African Regional Working Group working? Okay, while we try to fix that, I'll just ask this question. I hope we can get this as fast as possible. I understand that the chairman of the African Regional Working Group needs to speak with us, so please bear with us. We need to get the connection right, just so he can speak with us for just about 2-3 minutes.
Can you run the announcements? Going for lunch? After lunch, we'll come in for maybe while we're waiting for him, if you can run the announcement.
All right, so I just said that the African Regional Working Group chairman needs to speak with us, and it will be very brief. It's just a brief address. In about 2 minutes, we'll be done with that. So let's try to fix the connection. And just to let you know that after that, we'll be going for lunch. And lunch is supposed to be about 30-40 minutes because we need to get back for the breakout session. We have some other sessions still on our agenda today that needs to be knocked off just so that tomorrow we can start on a sound footing. For tomorrow, you know that we have so many parallel sessions. We have the National Symposium, high-level policy dialogue, and all of that. And then Wednesday, all of that continues. And of course, we'll have the closing ceremony. For Thursday, we'll be heading to Kano. I'm sure you know all of that. So just get ready to have a swell time for those who are visiting Nigeria for the first time. And there'll be so much for you to, learn, go home with, for non-Nigerians. And of course, for those who are coming back, I know one person who is coming back, so I'm sure many more will be coming back. We'd have many more sessions, and of course, you can always come spend holiday with us right here in Nigeria. It's a beautiful place, beautiful country, beautiful people. It's rich in culture and tradition. It's peaceful, it's warm, and I'm sure from what you've experienced, the people are indeed charming. Please, let's put our hands together for ourselves once again in this room as we await that connection with the chairman of African Regional Working Group. Are we still working on that connection? Okay, so I'll just ask this. Since we're talking about water, what word can you flip upside down and it will still spell the same way? Quick one. There are prizes for this, by the way. What word can you flip upside down? Like you spell it like this. If you look upside down, it will spell the same way. What word is that? Say that. Imui. Oh! No, yes, fantastic. Oh, no, that's great, but that's not the word I was talking about. That's an acronym. We're talking about a word. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, when you turn it upside down, it will spell M-O-M. Right? Right? It becomes mom, right? Fantastic. So what word can you flip? And it would spell the same way. Sorry? LOL? Oh, no. When you flip, I don't know what that would be. Say that again. Is that a word? Eyes. No. When you flip it, it will spell S-E something something. I don't know. You may not even form a word. I. No. When you flip it, the Y, the E, they'll be disjointed. It won't be a word. Are we ready for that? Let's listen to the chairman of Africa Regional Working Group. What you think about that? I'm sure he's ready now. Is the connection better?
Yes. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. We have just about 2 minutes to listen to you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I'm so sorry for this disconnection. First of all, good afternoon, Excellencies. Engineer Professor Joseph, Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Nigeria, Mr. Richard, Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Nigeria, Dr. Marco Arcidi, President of ICID, honorable and esteemed guest, distinguished young professional. First of all, I wish to be with you physically, but due to another commitment, I cannot attend this important event. And it's my great honor and pleasure to be with you in this session for the sixth African Regional Conference on Irrigation and Drainage. And in fact, as you heard, Africa faces great challenges when it comes to irrigation, development, and water management. With a rapidly growing population, a changing climatic condition, and increasing water scarcity. The needs for sustainable practical solutions. Throughout this conference, we have the opportunity to exchange knowledge and share best practice and collaborate on innovative strategies to address these pressing issues. As you hear today, Nigeria joined the ICID family since 1970. And we are very proud about this effort and achievement to host the 6th African Regional Conference. In fact, International Commission on Irrigation and Drainage organized, as you hear, different regional conference. And we are very proud with our African Regional Working Group. We continue to keep on time organizing this kind of important event. And even with these days, with the 6th African Regional Conference, we are working for who will host the next event for the 7th Regional Conference. I know that time is very limited, so I will try to go very quickly. Honored participant, owing to the success of all our previous African Young Professional Forum, the network of our African Young Water Professional now has grown to attract more than 14,000 members from all African countries, and to be a unique platform in the African continent for capacity building of African future leaders in the water, irrigation, drainage, and agriculture sectors. In fact, in spite of what we have achieved in African Regional Working Group and African Young Professional Forum, till now, we do believe that we are still in the beginning of a long trip. There are very serious challenges in Africa, such as poverty, hunger, health, droughts, floods, salinization, climate change impacts, and so on. We heard more about these challenges today. These challenges need more hands to work together with us for a real sustainable development. During our first virtual meeting of the African Regional Working Group for this year, in February, we have discussed important issue. We discussed how to attract private sectors in a win-win cooperation in research development, and how we can utilize our young professional in technology promotion in different ways, such as to promote the role of pilot projects for advanced technology, to have a special training workshop and insight training for young professional, technical staff, and smallholder farmers, how we can attract sponsors for some events and activities, cooperation with partner for master and PhD scholarship, how also a sponsor for African National Committee membership in ICID. It is time to think more about more and big event, such to organize first African Young Professional Conference in irrigation and drainage and sustainable agriculture. How we could bring and organize the biggest exhibition for advanced technology for irrigation and drainage. We are keen to work together for capacity development, training, and education in water, irrigation, drainage, agriculture, environment, and other related fields for Africa and other regions also. We have the full confidence in African Young Professional Forum, our future leaders, that they will provide us with power to face those great challenges. I would like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation and thanks to Nigerian National Government, NINSEAD, and the organizing committee of the 6th African Regional Conference, to Engineer Isar, the chairman of NINSEAD, Engineer Peter, secretary of the NINSEAD, and all NINSEAD young professional members. And of course to the ICID for its great partnership and support and assistance given to all young professional activities. To Dr. Marco, President of ICID, Secretary General Dr. Gupta, and all ICID staff, to all the participants. I do wish that you will have a very useful discussion and fruitful session during the 6th African Regional Conference. I thank you all.
Oh yes, finally we got to hear from the chair of the African Regional Working Group. Please a round of applause for him. Thank you. I hear that he joined from the start of this event virtually, and he's been with us all through. We do sincerely appreciate you for those comments that you made, and of course, those about Nigeria. We appreciate you. It's about time to go for lunch. When we come back, we're going to break out into the technical session, like I said, and the professor is going to run us through what that session will be like. So let's listen to him quickly.
All right, thank you for your patience. We apologize, we've eaten deep into the time, but there are 2 parallel sessions. The first one, we're going to the IMI, International Water Management Institute. They will be talking on digital. Okay, on the program, you may see it at DIWASA. I think it's better for you to sit down with them so that you can understand more about that. That will take place in room B upstairs. Room B upstairs. That's where that session will run. Then we have a sub-team section, a session for the sub-team 1 on creating awareness. That will take place in a boardroom downstairs, the boardroom downstairs, somewhere out there. And then you have sub-team 3, which is, that will take place in room A upstairs. So there are 2 sessions that we're running upstairs. There will be a session that is running downstairs. And then we will run that quickly and come back, take a break, and then have a second parallel session that will run again in the same upstairs. You have the International Water Management Institute alongside with Technology for African Agricultural Transformation. They will also continue in that same room upstairs, and then sub-team 2 and sub-team 4. You all have that in this. So please take your time to go through this and know when you are to present your paper. Thank you very much. I hand over back to you.
All right, without wasting much time, we need to go. But please, if you picked a bag that isn't yours, I would like you to please check your bags. I'm talking about the ICID bags. If you picked one that is not yours, I would like you to please return it to the ushers. And as you go for lunch, please pick your belongings and keep them close to you, so that when you return, you have them, in one place. And by the way, back to the word that you can flip upside down, and it spells the same way. The word is SWIMS. SWIMS. All right, thank you so much, everyone. We do sincerely appreciate you. Enjoy lunch.